and 6. Again, this is the one and only time run. It is run for the money, and that'll be taken care of in the lanes. So if you do want to buy in, please put the numbers on the window so the tower can see them. And of course, on the left side, all of you and your ET projection. So we are putting out that call for our TUCSON Auto Performance Pro, lanes 5 and 6. Your run for the money, the one hit. Prior to going into our round 1 eliminations. So it will be the same. It is a team run order. So just a heads up for you. We are only calling pro, but we'll do the run order right away. It'll be Junior Street High School, Motorcycle, Sportsman, Super Pro, and then our Junior Dragsters. So that's, of course, the run order, the normal run order. But we are now putting out the lane calls for Pro, TUCSON Auto Performance Pro, your first call for your run for the money, lanes 5 and 6. So once again, if you are unfamiliar with Tucson Dragway, I want to welcome you in, say thanks for coming out and being with us, our team race number 6. Of course, the left lane has the right-of-way as you go down the drag strip at one of our 2 left-hand exits. The first left-hand exit you'll see is where our safety equipment is. Just wave at them on the way by. You don't. We want them to just sit and watch the races. They don't need to go to work today at all. So that's the first left-hand exit. The second left-hand exit is just before the kiddie litter. Again, we do have one of the longest shutdown areas in NHRA. If you are in the right-hand lane, please look out for that car over there in the left lane. Don't cut them off. We don't need an accident up there at all. If you don't know where that car is over there in the left lane, either go on up to the next to turn 2, or just kind of sit back and wait if you see them coming up on you. It's 10 miles an hour. Once you make your pass and you're headed back south on the return road, that's 10 miles an hour. Through the pits is 10 miles an hour. In the staging lanes, that's 10 miles an hour as well. On the racetrack, do not remove any of your safety equipment. Roll down the windows, helmets off, shoulder pads, any of that stuff. Make sure you leave all your safety equipment in place until you exit the racetrack. If you have made your pass and you went up to turn 2 and you're headed back south and you see a stop sign, stop light there at turn 1, make sure you stop because we are clearing cars off the racing surface. So want to make sure that you don't run through that stop sign that's up there. So if you see that red stop light, stop sign, please stop. Starter, starter, starter. Eric, your radio might be messed up again. Attention pits, attention pits. Chuck Hawks Auto Performance Pro, your second call. For your run for the money. So once again, that will be taken care of in the lanes. So if you would like to buy in, please put numbers on the window. And again, that'll be taken care of in the lanes. Attention to pits, attention pit, final call. Final call going out for Chuck Hawks Honor Performance, lanes 5 and 6 for your run for the money. Chuck Hawks Auto Performance Pro, your final call, lanes 5 and 6. Well, first pair, Jeffrey Edwards, Dave Van Winkle. Van Winkle goes under his 11-10. Next pair coming to you, Mark Pelkey and Danny Kortenberg. Danny coming out of Mayer, Arizona, 75 Camaro. Kortenberg goes 44 green. Pelkey goes 53 green. Pelkey goes 1029 at 130. Kortenberg goes at 1053 at 127. Here's Linda and Aaron. Aaron's in the El Camino, and Linda, well, that puts Linda in the Mustang. One of them's got a 956 on the window. We'll find out which one that is. I believe that's Aaron. Aaron normally in the 9s. We'll see what happens here. What about Linda? Linda Mustang here in the Bull 92.9 left-hand lane. And Aaron, the American walk-in coolers, left-hand lane. Linda red light by 070. Aaron's going to go a 959. So it looks like Aaron is probably the one that put that on. He goes 3 above at 138 miles an hour. Here's Mike Heath in the Camaro, 67 Camaro. Small block Chevy, 454, 1038. One of them's got on the window. It looks like perhaps Mike did. Against Haley Bop's 2007 Corvette. Corvette comes out of Chandler, 1038. Perhaps. We'll see. But it looks like perhaps Mike is the one with the 1038. Nice 23 light for him. And then he goes 39, so one above with a 2 at 126. Haley goes 13.5 at 108. Here's Carson Heath in the 65 Chevy 2. In the American walk-in coolers right-hand lane. Up against Sean Brewster. Sean out of Sahuarita with a 2019 chassis under the 37 Fiat body. '54 light for Carson, 89. For Sean. Sean rolls a 970 with a nickel at 136. Carson goes an 11.2 with a 5 at 120. Here's Chris Citro. Chris driving. Oh. Chris driving Melissa's car. In the 87, I don't believe it's an 87, but Chris's car is anyway. But this looks like Melissa's car, but Chris behind the wheel up against Kevin Simonio. Kevin, 37 green. Chris, oh, a little different than his car reacted. Goes 25 red, but Chris going to have to get used to that. As Kevin goes at 10.0 at 133. Chris goes at 12.14 at 12. Here's Brandy Card and Henry Leba. Henry in the Dart. That's a 1970 Dodge Dart. 408 cubic inches, a small block. 1095 is the dial up against Brandy's Maverick. Brandy wants an 1178 here in the left-hand lane. Brandy goes 2 under. 76 on the 78, but a nice 007 reaction time for her. Henry's going to go in 1091, so he'll be 4 under at 123. Mike Passerby and Stephen Lee. Lee's in the blue oval, and that puts Passerby. Oh no! A whole bunch of fuel coming out of Passerby's car. So that's like about 3 passes worth of fuel come out from Passerby's car. Then he goes 11:37. Lee goes at 10:64. Here's Rob Khalil in the Barracuda. Left-hand lane with it. Yeah. And Ron Height, run in the 2000 S10. One of them's got 1060 on the window. We'll find out which one once they get down there. Identical reaction times there at the tree. 13 for Khalil, 12 for Height. The S10 goes in 11.2. And the Barracuda goes at 10.60. So if Khalil is the one that bought in, he's dead on 4 right now with the 13 light. Stefan Schulte in his blue oval up against Jason. Jason's in the bow tie. $47 red for Jason in the Nova. Stefan goes 33 green and then a double 7 with a nickel at 122. Jason goes 1163 at 114. Here's Paul Coleman. Paul is usually the one that buys in, so a 970. Attention to pits. Attention pits. We do need YouTube Rubber and Asphalt channel, Junior Street. YouTube channel Rubber and Asphalt, Junior Street. Your first call. Coleman rose here with a 972, so 2 above at 139. Passerby goes at 1060 after a 004 red. Billy Calhoun out of Mesa in that BMW in our American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. 1123, so maybe Thad here in the Mustang has the 1123. We'll find out. One of them with an 1123 on the window. So if it is Thad, 24 green, Billy with a 103 green. Bill goes a 984. Thad goes an 1120 at 118. Attention to pits, attention to pits. YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel Junior Street, your second call. Kurt Reif in the Camaro. Gonna go 42 on that 44. Lorton, he has a 23 light, and then he goes 85 on the double 8 at 121. Here's Randy Lee, fastback Mustang left lane. Small block, 428. Red light by 329 up against Doug Fleetwood. Bone Scraper Customs. Nice 004 reaction time for Doug. Then he goes at 14 on the 18 at 120. Randy goes 13:32 at 66. So wow, slowed way down. So Mustang pretty slow here in the left-hand lane, 66 miles an hour. Attention to pits, YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel Junior Street, your final call, and high school, your first call. YouTube channel Rubber and Asphalt Junior Street, final call. YouTube channel Rubber and Asphalt High School, your first call. Attention in the pits, Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle, your first call. YouTube channel Rubber and Asphalt High School, your second call. There's Jacob Trammell and Kyle Fritz. One of them's got a 7 on the window. Jacob goes at 10.94 to 120. Kyle's going to go in 11.8 at 114. There's Joe Kidd Jr. and Victor Sandoval. Victor said he'd be back up today to pick up a little more cash from the pay window. So he made it up twice yesterday on the run for the money. See what he can do here. So yesterday I think he was about 5 off perhaps, but we'll see. Looking for a 945 today in that good-looking yellow Chevelle. 67 Chevelle right-hand lane. Joe Kidd Jr. in the 73 big bumpered Outlaw Nova. Victor, how close can you be to that 945 on your run for the money? He goes, 3 under. 42 on a 45 and 141. Looks like he may not pick up the cash today. Joe Kidd goes 10.70 at $1.25. John Amstutz and Carlos Ortiz. Carlos in the Grand Prix. John in the Z28 Camaro. Camaro left-hand lane looking for one of them's got a 12.0 maybe. And John goes 40 green and Carlos goes 27 green. Attention to pits, YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel High School, your final call. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle, your second call. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hey, if you've not been teched in and you want to play today, you got about a little less than 40 minutes to stop by tech and get teched in. Lance is going to close that down at about 10 a.m. this morning. So if you have not been teched in and you want to play today, get over there before 10 a.m. Here's Tim O'More and Joe Kidd. Joe Kidd in the S10 double launch, looking for a 9.89. Goes, oh, identical reaction times. 008 for both sides of the tree. Then Joe goes 3 under, and Timmy goes 1 above. Tim's 150 miles an hour, and Joe's 134. Here's Ryan Tetral and Chuck Hawk Jr. Again, say thanks out to Chuck Hawk for Chuck Hawk's Auto Performance sponsoring our pro category. Thank you, Chuck. In the Mustang, 89 Mustang, 352 cubic inches of Ford in the American walk-in cooler's right-hand lane. Ryan. He's in the purple 65 Malibu SS. One of them's got 11. Whoa, that's an illegal spoiler, you know. You can't run that illegal spoiler on the Mustang as he knocks it back down. Oh, goes 1 above at 121 miles an hour. Ryan goes 1165 on 11 at 115. So looks like Chuck may have bought in, but he was 1 above with a 3 at 121. Attention in the pits. Attention pits. Final call. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle. Your final call. Looks like Bob Cohen and Derek Fisher. Bob goes at 10.98, $1.20, and Derek's going to go at 10.7 at 126. Now, red light by 0.07 of a second, and I'm pretty sure it's probably Jay doing the driving on the dragster today again. Looking for a 906, maybe. Goes an 8.97 at 149. Tyler's going to go in 11.71, 113. All right, here's Chloe Darby in a 2019 Prius. Up against Nathan Rinstra. Nathan in a 2014 F-150. We are into Junior Street. And of course, in Junior Street, you do only go to the 8th mile. Looks like Chloe rolls in deep in the Prius. Nathan with a 65 light. And Chloe with a 139. Nathan goes a 10:07, perhaps, if Nathan bought into the run for the money. Goes one above with a 3. And Chloe goes 11:67 at 62. There's Parker Schroeder. Huge. GMC Sierra, 6.6 liter. Here in the left-hand lane, 11:31 dial up against Aaron Edwards. Parker rolls in deep as well. Aaron in the 63 Nova wagon, looking for a 9.0. Again, we are only going out there to 660 feet. The 1/8 of a mile. Aaron goes 8.99 with a 4. 6th thou under at 76 miles an hour. Parker goes 11:29 at 68. David Nast in an Avalanche. 11:50 is the dial for David. He's in the right-hand lane up against Jace Renault. Jace in the S10 goes red by 13, looking for an 11. And Jace goes to 10.97 with a 9, 64 miles an hour. David's going to go at 11:47 at 63. All right, here we are into high school category. So once again, a huge thanks out to YouTube Rubber and Asphalt. So Electrical Artistry Corporation is also sponsoring Sunday's Run for the Money during the first time trial. So that's all taken care of by Electrical Artistry Corporation. So thank you so much. Haley goes 46 on that 54. And Ruby's going to go a 16-2 at 87. So again, we are into the YouTube channel, Rubber and Asphalt High School right now. So we want to say a thanks for our Street Racers International. So the first racer in either category, high school or junior street, to score a perfect reaction time in time trials or competition during a team race. That's what's happening today. Team number 6 will receive a $50 bonus. For our perfect reaction time, once again, sponsor is Street Racers International. Once again, our special thanks out to our YouTube channel, Rubber and Asphalt guys that take good care of our junior street and high school category runners. They're the title sponsor for all of 2025. Focused on making cool car videos and anything automotive related. Check out their most recent adventures from Chuckwalla over there in California. So a thank you to YouTube channel Rubber and Asphalt for your support of our teen drag racing categories here at Tucson Dragway. Attention to pits, Sportsman. Bert's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman, your first call for your run for the money. That'll be taken care of in the lanes as well. So Bert's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman, your first call for your run for the money. And again, Bob and Fred will take care of that in the lanes. All right, first time run for our motorcycle category, thanks to Push Ridge Automotive. Here's Mike Layton and Marty Layton. Mike's here in the left lane, and Marty's over there in the right lane. Suzuki Bandit, right lane. Harley V-Rod, left lane. 1,130 cc's against 1,216. 1,216, that's the Suzuki. Marty's got a 23 light. Mike has a 99. Attention to pits. Bert's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman, your second call. Bert's Electric and Plumbing, your second call for your run for the money. Marty goes 11-2. Mike goes in 11-7. Here's Sean Phipps and Pat Marbach. Pat's on the Harley. He's in the right lane. Sean's on the long swing arm Busa. Suzuki left lane. Pat goes 55 green. Sean goes 85 green. Sean's going to go a 950, 740 miles an hour. Pat rolls through with a 15.3 and a nickel at 87.79. Oh, we're down a couple of bikes, or there's Tom Patterson, 78 Kawasaki. So it looks like a single run. Must have been the 5 full, so 4 pro, but it looks like 5 full, the last one in the 5 full category. So a 44 light for Tom. And then he goes a 9:56 at 111. Here's Marley Willison and Bill Kusar. Bill's in the left lane with the harkens the Evil Knievel with the stars down the legs and down the arms. So he's on the 78 Kawasaki 1328 cc left-hand lane. Marley, she's on the ZX 1100 1327 cc's. For Marley, over there in that American walk-in coolers right-hand lane. Bill, red light 25, Marley, green light 80. Bill 146 miles an hour on a 9.2, and Marley 9.6 at 135. Here's Joe Guerin and Justin Willison. Justin's on 1428 cc's at Kawasaki. And Joe, well, he's on a Kawasaki as well. 1980 Kawasaki here in the left-hand lane. Justin 70 green, Joe 52 green. Justin goes at 9.33 at 139. Joe goes at 10.38 at 131. Last night's winner in category, John Coburn. Left-hand lane on the V-Rod. Up against Matt Blewett. Matt on a Buell in the right-hand lane. Coburn gets away with a 51, Blewett with a 21. Coburn goes at 10.0 at 133 on the V-Rod. Blewett's going to go a 9.87 at 132.32. Here's Dan Schneider on the 2005 V-Rod out of Erie, Colorado. Up against David Oler. David, sponsored by Frost RV on a Kawasaki 1000. 1428 cc's for David, left-hand lane. And Dan, he's got about 1300 cc's in the right-hand lane. Looks like neither one of them are going to roll into pre-staged. So the RPMs come up a little bit on the V-Rod. Sneaking up on the beams. David is in. Dan is in. Waiting for that third light. David's in. Dan's in. Tree comes down, goes green. Wow, Dan, 003. Nice hit. 003. And David with a with an 021 goes 9.38 at $1.44. Dan's going to go at 10.22 at 130. Attention to pits, final call, Sportsman. Bart's Electric and Plumbing, Sportsman, your final call. All right, Sportsman category. First pair, Kyle Vance, left-hand lane. And Carl Mapes Jr., right-hand lane. Now this is the run for the money, so course, you don't have to buy in if you don't want to, but if you do, get that chance. 88 Chevy pickup truck against the 90 Mustang. Mustang left lane, 304 cubic inches small block Ford. Up against Carl Mapes big block, 496 cubic inches of Chevy. Under the hood of that 88 pickup in our American walk-in coolers right-hand lane. Kyle, he's here in the Bull 92.9 lane. Kyle goes at 12-0. Carl goes at 11-5. 3 above, I'm sorry, 2 above. With a 6 at 115 if Carl's the one that bought in. Denise Heath. Camaro left lane. Up against John Silliuson. John in the Jeep Grand Cherokee. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Super Pro. Canon powder coating Super Pro. Your first call to lanes 7 and 8. Canon powder coating Super Pro. First call for your run for the money. Lanes 7 and 8. Denise goes a 13.24. John goes a 13.24. 103 miles an hour for Denise, 105 for John. There's Christine Fife left lane, big block powered C10 pickup truck. Against Haley Bach. Haley in the Corvette. That's a 2007 Corvette. 14 tree for Haley. And a 55 light for Christine. Haley goes 13.54 at 107. Christine goes a 14.333 at 93. Another one of our big winners last night, Mr. Don Quaintance. Left-hand lane, the Mustang. A little evolution in Mustangs for you. Looks like perhaps Carr's going to do double duty, maybe. Chris going to run it in Pro and Melissa going to run it in Sportsman. Don left lane 66 Mustang. 20 years later, Melissa has a 1986 Mustang. Melissa goes red by 9. Don, he goes 12.07 at 114. Melissa goes a 12.07 as well at 112. Here's Kinsey Jones. And Kyler. Kyler Farr in the BMW. And Kinsey in the 1995 Firebird. Bumping up into the beams. Goes red by 61, so went in just a little bit too deep. Kyler, looks like he got a paper tag on that 23 BMW. Comes out of Phoenix. Goes 12.00 in the BMW. Kinsey goes a 13.05. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Super Pro. Canon powder coating Super Pro. Your second call. For your run for the money. Attention to pits. Attention pits. Final call. Canon Powder Coating Super Pro. Canon Powder Coating Super Pro, your final call. Ooh, Michael Giesig, hang on to that Nova. Nova takes almost take a little bit of a right turn out there towards the center line. But the Nova doing a little smoking out there. So what we're going to do, I believe we may go have a quick look at it. We'll see. Here's Russ Lindsay and Brian Newberg. Brian in the Camaro right-hand lane and Lindsay in the Omega left-hand lane. Russ came up yesterday and went a few rounds as well in the Oldsmobile. dropping down to the 8th mile for you, means we're in Super Pro. Alan Smith's going to roll through with a 6:37.100 at 8 miles an hour. And Joe Kidd Jr., he's got a 6:78 at 100. Here's Brian Gambler Thomas in the Roadster. 6:17. One of them's bought in with the 6:17. We'll see if it's Brian or if it's Gene Fleetwood. Gene in the 96 S10. It's a small block Chevy, 427 cubic inches. Brian, his is a small block as well, 355. Brian goes 2 above with a 610 miles an hour after a red light by 4th thou. Fleetwood goes 92 green and then a 716 at 95. Joe Kidd in the S10. With a 625 over there in the right-hand lane. And Kevin Simoni in his S10. 636 here in the left-hand lane. Joe Kidd with a 002. Nice hit. And he goes 1 above with a 7 at 109 miles an hour. Simonia goes 2 under at 107. Here's Jesse Rogers. Jesse, he calls it the Ponte Carlo. P-O-N-T-E. Ponte Carlo. Left-hand lane. Out of Desert Hills for Jesse. And we used to see Jesse in a Camaro all the time, but now in this Monte Carlo, or Ponte Carlo, he calls it. Up against Kristen Stevens. Kristen, sponsored by New Wheel, your engine dragster, big block Chevy power. Attention Pitts, Junior Dragsters, 6-12. Junior Dragsters, 6-12. This will be your first call. Junior Dragster 6-12. Your first call. Lanes 1 and 2. Here's Sarah Kidd in the 84 S10 small block Chevy powered. Up against Rick Feaster's good looking Nova. That's about a 1963 Chevy 2. The shoebox in Nova. Spill plate, wheelie bars, parachute. Nice. Good looking ride. One of them's got a 560 on the window, and I believe that's probably Rick. We'll find out shortly. Rick gets away with a 003 light. Sarah with a 38 light. And yeah, it looks like Feaster was the one when he's 2 above with a 0 at 120. Sarah goes 678 at 101. Attention to Pitts. Attention Pitts. Junior Dragsters 6-12. Junior Dragsters 6-12. Your second call. Here's Brad Akers. And a Tesla. Don't have the information for you on the Tesla, but 697 is the dial anyway. Brad in the Dragster 56 green. Tesla 19 green. Tesla goes 1 thou under. Ooh. runs out here and goes 102 miles an hour at the half track. Akers goes at 30 at 128. Here's Craig Moling running our Super Pro category, and I want to say a thanks out to Craig for sponsoring our Sportsman category. Wertz Electric and Plumbing sponsor over there in the right-hand lane. Thank you, Craig. Looking for a 5.54 up against Daniel Slade's rear engine dragster. That's Ford powered. 565 cubic inches of Ford left-hand lane with a 513 dial. Perfect. 0, 0, 0. Nicely done, Craig. Then goes 3 up at 123 miles an hour. Daniel goes 12 on a 13. But after a 002, can you imagine being late with a 002 light? But when Craig throws down a perfect 0, 0, 0, and you throw down a 002, and then you're 7 thou under. Whoa. That would have been a tough package to get around. But Craig with a perfect and then 3 above. There's Rory Har, left-hand lane in the undercover chassis. Out of Watertown, South Dakota. For Rory. 618, perhaps. One of them's got a 618. Well, that would have been Tony. Then he's dead on 9. After a 23 reaction time at 110 miles an hour. Rory goes a 507 at 137. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Final call. Junior Dragsters 6 to 12. Final call. First call. Junior Dragsters 13 to 17. Hey, there's Mr. Mike Gardner. Mike picked up a check yesterday. Over there in that small block powered Falcon. It's only 370 cubic inches of forward power over there. Looking for a 6. Lights up here. Schroeder goes 30 red. Mikey goes 11 red. Then Mike goes at 90 on the 88. Schroeder goes at 504. Kid 10 red. Jen looking for 36. Oh, if it was Randy, he goes dead on 0. So if it was Randy that bought in, looking for a 536, can't get any better than dead on 0. Here's Luis Ortiz and Dylan Smith. Dylan left-hand lane. Ortiz right-hand lane. The Venom dragster. 2015 Yancer chassis for Ortiz. 2005 Racecraft chassis for Dylan. For Dylan. Luis goes at 525. Dylan goes at 495. Dylan's going 139 miles an hour. Luis going 130.20. There's Nick Renstra in his Vega. He's in the right-hand American walk-in coolers lane. The Vega in the left lane, that belongs to Faustino Zaragoza. Faustino sponsored it by Porter's Marine Service. Nick, he's sponsored by Nick. 72 Vega right line, 77 Vega left lane. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Junior Dragsters 13 to 17. Junior Dragsters 13 to 17. Your second call. Well, Nick with a 009 reaction time goes 6:96 at 98 miles an hour. Faustino goes at 6:47 at 106. Here's Tim Moore. I want to say again, congratulations out to Tim Moore. Did everybody see on the internet that Tim, in the $1 million race, the Camaro, all the way to the big check? So congratulations, Tim. One of them's looking for a 503, and I believe that's probably Tim over there in the Gebhardt Jack chassis up against the Plymouth Roadrunner. Kurt Zenzalita. Zenzalita here in the left lane with 005 time. And Tim, he's got a 25, and then he goes dead on 2, but we'll see. I think we had a dead on 0. We'll find out for sure. But Tim just chopping a tree down with a 25, and then dead on 2. So a 27 pack over. But Kurt goes 005. And then goes 582 at 117. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Final call, all junior dragsters. Final call, all junior dragsters. Oh, another dead on. Lenny Fife goes dead on, but it's an 8 with their 7 light. Soman goes under the 660, but only one of them bought in. So if Lenny bought in, it's closer with the number at 105 miles an hour. Here's Brian Lopez and Pat Marbach. It's probably Pat. He goes 14 grain. Brian, good time to get rid of that 8th thou red. Pat goes 2 under. 07 on 09, 136 miles an hour. Brian goes 607 at 113. Rodney Ward, C10 pickup, left lane, 627. To Paul Lorton's Vega, the Vega in the right-hand lane with a 620. Paul goes 620 with a 1. Oh, these guys had a light, Rodney. He goes at 26 with an 8, so he's 2 thou under at 111 miles an hour, but a 006 reaction time for Rodney. Here's Ken Rader and Joel Blakely. Blakely left lane, 55 Chevy 150. 633 is the dial for Joel. Ken, he's in the dragster. He wants a 547. We're looking for a 633. Ken goes 48 on a 47, 122. Joel goes 25 on a 33 at 109.48. Jay Axel. Jay's driving the Jeep and we need to find out if Jay is driving both the dragster and the Jeep. But we know he's in the Jeep for sure. 77. Looking for a 672, goes a 673. Brittany goes a 706 on a 698. Here's Don Toya. Don picked up a little money for the run for the money yesterday. I think he was in his dragster, though, not in the Chevy Roadster. He's brought the Chevy Roadster out today to play in Super Pro. But, yesterday, again, I believe he picked up the cash in his Yancer chassis rear engine dragster. So closest to the dial. See what it can do in the Roadster, the Chevy Roadster today. If he bought in with a 530, I believe so, because Kyle Fritz here in the Dirty Bird in the left-hand lane, probably not going to go 530s. And there you go. Goes dead on with a 7, a 10 light, but I think Timmy was a little closer with a 1. Not sure we didn't have a dead on 0, but I know we had a dead on 1 with Tim Moore. Here's Kyle Fritz, though. He goes 54 on a 30. Kyle's still knocking the tree down, 002 to Don's 10. Joe Landavazo, left lane. One of them was looking for a 654. I believe that's probably Joe. Joe with a nice 002 reaction time, goes to 5:47. Bill goes double nickel on a 54. Here's Ron in the Cougar. That's Pat Neal's 67 Cougar, I believe it is. Up against Luke Makovica. Cougar's looking for a 55, goes 6 thou under with a 54. Makovica goes at 5'11 at 136. Chuck Hawk Jr., left-hand lane. Again, say a thank you out to Chuck Hawk, and Chuck Hawk's Automotive, for sponsoring our category. Up against Nathan DeMarco. Nathan in the rear engine dragster. That's a Yancer chassis, looking for a 549 in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Chuck, he wants a 502 here in the 92.9, the Bull lane. Red light, 7th thou. Chuck goes 504 on an 02 at 139 miles an hour. Nathan goes a 546 on a 49 at 125. Here's Pat Neal and Cindy Hawk. Oop, Cindy not moving. Jeffrey, Cindy not moving. There she goes, just having a little difficulty getting it into reverse, it looks like. Got that taken care of. So Cindy backing up, looking for a 482 for Cindy. Hawk Family Racing. Pat Neal in the Corvette. He wants a 528. Just a little too hard on the starting line, about 2 seconds late. Goes at 48 on a 28. Cindy goes an 86 on an 82 at 142.93. There's Ariana Vizuet. Red light by 15. Going to go an 877, 77 miles an hour. And Wrighton? Wrighton's going to go a 1430. at 45 miles an hour. That's kind of interesting, Raiden, what you just saw. Only 6 years old. Here's John Brewer III. He's 8 years old over there in the right-hand lane up against Hayden George. Hayden sponsored by YouTube channel Rubber and Asphalt. 11 years old, left lane. Hayden with a 1:36 reaction time, and John, not a bad 0:48. Reach that 660-foot mark. John goes 12.4 at 51 miles an hour. Hayden going to go with 13.7 at 48. Here's Kathy Waters and Jack Lorton. Jack's in the right lane, comes out of Peoria, 9 years old, in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Here in the 92.9 lane, that belongs to Kathy Waters. Kathy comes out of Duncan, a Dan Day chassis under Kathy. .86 light for Kathy, 39 light for Jack. And Kathy rolls through with an 8.94 at 72 miles an hour. Jack's going to go in 11.2 with an 8 at 57 miles an hour. Attention pits, Pro. Chuck Cox Honor and Performance Pro. This is your first call for round 1 eliminations. Chuck Cox Honor and Performance Pro, first call. Round 1. Now, once again, guys, you do know that there will be buybacks. If you do happen to be runner-up in round 1, there will be buybacks. And Fred and Bob will take care of that at the back of staging. And buybacks will run round 1 winners. So you will all be integrated into round 2. So when we make that call for the buyback rounds, round 1 winners and buybacks will run each other. So right now we're making that call for Chuck Cox Honor and Performance Pro, first call, round 1. Aubrey Keller, left lane, and Christian. Christian sponsored by AAG Glass and Tint, Katie Engines, and TMI. Christian goes red by 15. Aubrey green 26. Christian 11.9 at 56 miles an hour. Aubrey 9.16 at 71.5. Here's Jada. Jada coming out of Prescott Valley, a left-hand lane. Up against Gianna Grotto. Gianna out of Deming, New Mexico. There's Colton Darby coming out of Vale. 11 years old, left-hand lane up against Alexi Lorton. Alexi's 10 years old. We are still in our younger juniors. Colton red light by 4th out. Alexi 63 green. Alexi goes in 9:28 but 70 miles an hour. Colton's going to go in 8:8 at 72. Here's Riker. Riker sponsored by Travis Shoemake and Pride Drilling. Automotive excellence here in the left-hand lane. And it looks like Fry's Food and Drugs, so that's kind of neat. Got a big-time sponsor on the side of Riker's car up against Malachi Phillips. Malachi, I believe, was yesterday's winner in category. Sponsored by Phillips Overhead Garage Doors. Okay, Malachi will get that. Goes 8:95. 76 miles an hour. Riker with that red light start goes 8:79 at 72.73. Here's Gracie Slade, I believe the last in category. The 6 to 12. Gracie's only 8 years old. Sponsored by New Wheel. And of course, Mom and Dad Slade. So I do have a couple of the Run for the Money winners checks already. Sportsman, that belongs to Carl Mapes Jr. And Pro, I'm sure you're in the lanes there, but Rob Khalil, when you get an opportunity, I do have your Run for the Money win for Rob Khalil and the Barracuda. And so far, Sportsman Run for the Money winner is Carl Mapes Jr. Oh, Charlie Charlie Edwards here in the left-hand lane, sponsored by Time Bandit and Radford Racing. Looks like Josh going to run up and we got the last envelope for the run for the money in Super Pro. Belongs to Tim O'More. So Sportsman, Carl Mapes Jr., Rob Khalil, and Tim O'More. Attention to pit, second call. TUCSON Auto Performance Pro, second call, lanes 5 and 6. Jill Slade and Chloe Darby. Now we get to see Chloe in the Prius. And I believe it's Junior Street. Yeah, she's 13, but yeah, chops down the tree there. Goes 006 green. 872 at 65 miles an hour. Jill's going to go 947 at 67. Here's Jace Renault and Allison Bollet. Allison left lane. LB trailers, LAT Racing Oils. Right trailers. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mike. Allison goes 23 green. Jace goes 38 green. Allison 781 and Jace 799. Here's Sir Kid. I believe last in, oh, maybe not. I'm going to say last in category, but don't think so. Here's another one. Sarah with a 14 red goes 786 at 83 miles an hour. So it looks like maybe Renault will be the last in category. Here's Cade Renault, sponsored by Hoosier, LAT, and KD Racing Engines. Cade goes 007 on the green side. And through that 8th mile, gonna go 790. Ooh, pretty much would be a dead on for him at 83.83. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready to go into our opening ceremonies here at Tucson Dragway, race number 6 for Team Tucson. Like I say, we've done a 3-peat. We're working on a 4-peat now for Team Tucson Division 7. So what we're in the process of doing, what we'd like to do on our opening ceremonies, is honor our first responders, as well as our past, present, and future military, in honor of our great nation, the playing of our national anthem. So please stand, and gentlemen, remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. Most of those folks are either dual qualified as paramedics or EMTs, firefighters. They take very, very good care of our folks out here. So again, all we need to do is just have you wave at them on the way by. We do not want them to work either today or tomorrow or any other time. So we'll take care of it. And speaking of that, if you even think something is wrong with your race car, please pull it to one of the outside walls. Let one of our track officials have a look at it. It's so much easier to clean up a puddle than it is to clean up an entire 1320 oil down. So once again, we're about ready to go. We got the commuter taken care of. So doing just a little bit of a quick track inspection out here at the starting line. Make sure everything is good to go there. And the word from Tower is start 'em. That wouldn't be one of those starts your engines. Here we go. Left-hand lane looks like Henry Leba and Dave Van Winkle. The Pentastar left-hand lane with a 1091 dial. The California Special, the Mustang of Dave Van Winkle. 68 Mustang GT. Looking for an 1102. First pair, round one eliminations. Dave's going to end up having to go to the buyback window. Dave goes red by 25, Henry 22 green. Looking for 1091. Henry goes under 89 with a 7 at 122 miles an hour, but green wind lights are on his scoreboard left-hand lane. Chris Citro in the Mustang and in Melissa's Citro. Melissa's Mustang over there in the right-hand lane with a 1209. Now the first hit for Chris turned on the red light. See what happens now. He's not as used to this one as he is to his. Linda Zemeckis out of Sahuarita, 94 Mustang. Street Racers International 1099 dial. Chris rolls in first. Chris going to get the lead first with that 1209. Both of them away with the green light start. Better reaction time's liable to take it away. We'll see what happens. Better by probably 5. Goes to Linda and the win as Chris had 111 to Linda's 57. And Linda goes 1107 at 117 miles an hour. Chris goes 1215 on at 110. Here's Jay Axtell. And yeah, it looks like Jay is driving the dragster and the Jeep today. Axtell Family Racing, 1999 Yancer chassis, right-hand lane, 906 dial. Up against Jeffrey Edwards, 1017 in the teal Nova. Nova looking for 1017 into that 906, but Jeffrey goes 76 red. Gonna have to go to the buyback. Jay goes 25 on an equipment saving 06 at 126. James Buchanan, the Celica with Chevrolet power, 884, 92.9 left lane up against Rob Khalil. Khalil, your most recent winner, run for the money in pro category. Buchanan coming out of Sahuarita. Green wind lights come on for Buchanan as he goes 93 on an 84. Better light by only about 3. Khalil 31, Buchanan 28. But Khalil further off the dial. It goes 75 on a 63. Pair of Mavericks. That's pretty cool. 72 Maverick in the right lane. That's Matt Hawk. Hawk Family Racing. 1147 is the dial. Up against Brandy Card. Brandy's got 1175 on the window of her Maverick. She comes out of Cottonwood. Hawk 15 green. Hawk was 1 thou under his dial as well. 15 green, and then goes 46 and a 9 on a 47 dial at 115 miles an hour. Brandy would have been 2 under. Here's Kyle Fritz. Here's Kyle in the left lane, and Luis TUCSON Dragway. We'll see him later in the Venom Dragster. We're looking for a 910. Kyle looking for an 1186. Win light comes on for Luis as he goes dead on 0. Wow. Way to go, Luis. I mean, Luis with a 10 on a 10. 78 light at 139 miles an hour. Margin of victory about 92 ten-thousandths of a second over to Luis. Here's Haley Bach and Joe Kidd Jr. Joe Kidd left lane, the big bumpered outlaw, 73 Nova, 1069 dial. Up against Haley Bach, 1340.56 for Haley. Now probably get to see Haley in a little while in our high school. Win light comes on for Joe Kidd Jr. Dial to 69, goes to 75 at 113. Here's Aaron McCammon. Oh, and Kevin Simonia. It's going to be a competition by, as Kevin unable to make the call, but Aaron McCammon in the El Camino is going to get a pretty much a free time run. There was one above with an 838 miles an hour at 138.68. Here's Tim O'More. We were talking about Tim just a minute ago when he was in the dragster, but this is what he picked up the big bucks in Las Vegas for that $1 million race. Picked up the big check in this Camaro. Looking for a 905 Passerby here in the left lane. That's Mike Passerby, 1970 Nova. 1139 is the dial. And Tim's going to go another round without having to go to the buyback window as Passerby goes red by 0.03 of a second. And Tim goes 904 with an 8. I'm sorry, with a 2, so 8 thou under at 152 miles. Here's Ryan Teflo. Ryan doing double duty. He's running a couple, 3 different categories, as he usually does in the Malibu. Wants an 1165 here in pro category up against Ken Passerby. Now you saw Mike Passerby just in front there in the Nova. Well, Ken got out of that Nova and into the Vega. The Vega comes out of Apache Junction. 1063 dial here in the left-hand lane. Ryan, 1165. Ryan, one of our past junior dragster champions. Also Sportsman champion in the Nova. Normally around both Sportsman. See what he does today. I'm pretty sure he's running both categories. Ryan, 1165 is what he wants. Passerby though, you got to get can't get around Passerby when he goes dead on 4 with a 36 light. Makes him a 40 pack. Ryan left only 1 thou at the starting line. but he was 4th out up. Margin of victory, 14 ten-thousandths of a second. Passerby didn't leave him any room, and he could not get around. Had 1 thou at the starting line, and he only had, he goes dead on 4, so 14 thousandths of a second. Wow. Ryan, he had the door open, but he could not get around to that 14 thou. Here's Ron Height in his S10, and Joe Kidd in his S10. Height with an 11:30. Again, better reaction time. Let's see if it does play out at the 13:20. The S10 is going to take it, and that would be Joe Kidd, as Joe Kidd was only 1 above with a 1. Height had a better light by 6, but he goes under by 3. Margin of victory, 33 thousandths of a second. Here's Paul Coleman and Tyler Sally. Coleman looking for that 977. Oh, goes 3 under at 135. Tyler goes dead on 1, a 45 pack after a 44 light. Tyler, 113 miles an hour. Wow. Margin of victory out 35. Hun goes to Tyler. Attention to pits, attention pits. YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel Junior Street, your first call. YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel Junior Street, your first call. And by the way, you probably already know, but high school and junior street, your chip draw is at the back of staging. When you roll up there, stop, get your chip. YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel Junior Street, your first call. Breakout win goes to Victor Sandoval. Sandoval 2 above with a 4. That in the Mustang. Red light by 10. Jacob Trammell, free time run. Jacob goes 3 under. Down 97 goes to 94 at 120. Here's Mr. Wolfmeyer up against Carson Heath. Carson in the Nova. In the right-hand lane up against Marvin's 1114. So pretty close to a heads up, 1128 to 1114. Marv with that 14 in the Vega wagon. Attention pits, YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel Junior Street. Second call. Jason, red light by 0.02 of a second. Going to give the win to Randy Lee. Randy in that fastback Mustang goes 136 miles an hour. Nice 004 reaction time for him. And then he was about 6 thou under his 777 with a 76 and a 4. Here's Bob Cohen and Mike Heath. Mike out of Cottonwood as well, looking for a 1043 in the Camaro right-hand lane. Cohen, he's in a 69 C10, wants an 1101. And he's going to go into round number 2 without having to go to the buyback, because Heath will. Heath red light by 20. Cohen goes at 1097 at 120. Attention to pits, attention to pits. YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel High School, your second call. YouTube channel Junior Street, your final call. And once again, don't forget your tip draw at the back of staging as you pull up through there. Sean Brewster could not get around Chuck Hawk Jr.'s 004. Chuck Hawk Jr. with the win. John Amstead, Camaro. A little evolution in Camaros for you. John is a 78. Kurt Reif's 73. Reif goes red by 4. Amstead picks up the win. Goes 4 above with a 9. Down to 22, goes to 26 at 112. Here's Scott Oxford, 1086. That good-looking two-tone red and silver Camaro. Camaro's a 68, going to go up against Brian Lee. Brian wants a 1035 in the Mustang. Big block Ford powered, 460 cubic inches, the 67 Mustang of Brian. 1035 against a 1086. Bow tie against the blue oval. Bow ties away with a green line start. Here comes the blue oval, and the same double green line start. Better reaction time goes to Scott, and so does the win. Scott had a 002. And then he was about 2 under at 123 miles an hour, but he was less under than Brian. Brian trying to catch up, had a 187 reaction time, then goes 19 on a 35, but Oxford was only about 2 under. Here's Derek Fisher and Danny Kortenberg. Kortenberg with a 1056. Fisher, well, he's a 1055. Heads up race, the 1 thou separates them here at the start. Oh, Kortenberg, 44 red. Fisher looking for a 55. Goes to 65 with an 8. Nice 007 reaction time. Here's Carlos Ortiz and 4-door Claude. Claude looking for a 1087 in the Fairmont. Carlos, he wants a 991. Attention pits, final call. Final call for all YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel Junior Street and YouTube channel Rubber and Asphalt High School. Final call. Attention pits, motorcycle. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle. Your first call. Jordan, 1285. Right lane Corvette. Stephen Lee, left lane Mustang, 1064 and a win. As Steve goes 1071 after a 17 light. Margin to victory about 4,600. Mark Pelkey, 1031 dial, Monte Carlo left-hand lane. Up against Billy Calhoun. Billy out of Mesa in that BMW. Billy wants a 970. Up against Mark's 1031. Billy got to chase down the Monte. Gonna have a tough time doing that. Gonna get there in time. Wow. And could not get there. Wow. Goes an 81 on a 70, but Mark only 2 above with a 6 at 127. Attention pits, attention pits. Motorcycle, Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle. Your second call. Here's Kurt Zenzalita and Paul Lorton. Paul with a 985 in the Vega. Kurt, he wants a 920 in the Road Runner. Red light 23. Lorton. Green 9. Then Lorton goes 74. He's really got it dialed up soft. Looking for an 85, goes a 74 and a nickel. Wow. At 139. Doug at Fleetwood. The Byron. Oh, that's how he got it. 001 reaction time. See how close he can be to the 13 this time. There he goes 22. So a little about 9 up on it, 118 miles an hour, but 001, nice hit right out of the box for Doug. A 69 Camaro. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle. Your final call. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle. Your final call. So once again, we're into that YouTube Rubber and Asphalt channel. We want to say a thanks to Nate's Italian Kitchen. They're the trophy sponsor for the entire 2025 team race season. At each team race, the winners of high school and junior street categories receive a big check trophies. For the team points series, runner-up place will receive a plaque. If you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, it's Nate's, located at the corner of Golf Links and Kolb. You can order to go, eat in, or have it delivered. That's all through Nate's Italian Kitchen. Here's Chloe Darby and Aaron Edwards. Aaron out of Chandler, Chloe out of Vale, and the win goes to Aaron. Better light by 5, and Aaron goes 13 on a 9 at 69. Nathan Rinstra, 1009 is the dial in the F-150 left-hand lane. Jace Renault. Jace out of El Mirage in the 2002 S10. What's an 11-0? Jace, 61 red. Automatic free time run goes to Nathan. Nathan with a 97 green. Looking for the 10:09. Goes at 10:20. On the equipment savings, 70 miles an hour. A couple more junior streets. I got Parker Schroeder out of Peoria in a 2016 GMC. 6.6 liter right-hand lane, 1128 dial. Up against David Nast. David's in an Avalanche. That's a 2007 Avalanche. 1145 is the dial. Ooh, better reaction time. May get it because you only got about 600 feet to play with. Goals running out. See which pickup can get there, and it will be the Avalanche. Wow. 28 light to a 261. Parker a little tardy on the starting line, but goes dead on 9 at 67 miles an hour. David goes 48 on a 45, 3 above with a 7 at 60. Attention pits, Sportsman. Bert's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman. This is your first call for round 1 eliminations. Bert's Electric and Plumbing, first call. Here's Aaron Edwards and Ruby Schulte. We are into the high school category, going back out to that 1320. Ruby looking for a 1607, and Aaron wants a 1208. Aaron with a little better light gets it on a double breakout. Ruby takes the stripe by 15. But goes way under the dial. Dial to 07 goes at 00. Aaron, 14 light. At about 3-2 put away. And then only goes 3 under at 111. Aaron with the win. Here's Darnell. I'm hoping that's correct in the computer. But I thought it was Danielle. But anyway. Wilkins, anyway, 97 S10 goes red by 75. Andrew here in the left lane, 1418 is what Andrew's looking for in the Infinity. So Andrew will take the win. Yes, Wilkins goes red by 75. Allison Boley. 74 Nova, right lane, 12-0 dial. Up against Haley Bopp. Haley with a 13.7. Easy for you to say. 13.56 in the 07 Corvette. Both of them get away with a green line start. One of them's got about 5 stuffed away in the bank. See if it plays out at the big end. Nope, does not on a double breakout win. Haley Bopp gets the win. Haley goes 13.55, so he was only 1 under at 108 miles an hour. Took the stripe by 72 thousandths of a second. Allison, she was further under by 4, but left 3 at the starting line at 107. Attention to pits, attention to the area. All junior dragsters, your chip draw taking place right now at John Brewer's pit. All junior dragsters, your chip draw taking place right now at John Brewer's pit. Here's Joe Guerin, left-hand lane, 966 dial. Up against Mike Layton. Mike's on the V-Rod. It's 1130 cc. Wants 1171. Better reaction time should certainly take this one away. And it does. Joe has a 20 light to Layton's 243. Mike's never that late. Wow. Something must have been up as Mike goes 243 on the tree and Joe goes 20. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Sportsman. Bert's Electric and Plumbing. Sportsman. Your second call. Wow, Sean with a 007 reaction time. Gets the win light, 3 above, with a 9 at 130 miles an hour for Sean Phipps. Bill, a little tardy on the starting line with a 108, but then he goes 3 thou under at 142 miles an hour. Here's David Oler. He's in the right-hand lane. That's the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. On a Kawasaki with a 936. Wow, it's going to be a heads-up race. As Justin here in the left lane with a 934. 2 separates them at the starting line. On their dial-ins, pair of Kawasaki's. Is Justin going to get there in time without going under? And does. Goes 4 above with a 5. David had a better light by 4. But Justin takes the stripe by 23 thousandths. He only at 137 miles an hour. Wow, Pat Marback. Red light by 127. And Coburn, yesterday's winner, said he didn't even realize he had won. So we got emergency vehicles out there having a look at John. I believe it was John that went down. We'll let you know just how everything goes here shortly if things okay up there. So again, we'll let you know which bike it was. I think it was John, but again, we'll let you know for sure. But past the finish line, actually, so. And we'll let you know if we hear anything from the top end, so. As it stands right now, we have no clue as to what's going on, but our folks up there, great safety crew, so they'll take care of things and let us know what's going on. So might sit back, hang tough for a little bit, and let us know what's going on. So again, right at the moment, we have not heard a word from the top end, any of our paramedics up there. So we'll let you know as soon as we know. But it does sound like we are going to transport, and it is John. So we are going to transport John. Got an ambulance on call, so that's as much as we know right at the moment. But again, once we find out anything, we'll let you know. We're going to run that ambulance right through and bring him in. But again, as far as we know right now, they're just going to transport. So once again, I do have a couple of run for the money envelopes. One in Pro for Rob Khalil, and one for Tim O'More in Super Pro. So those are our 2 run for the money envelopes that we do have already up here. And of course, if we do still have some envelopes from yesterday that have not been picked up. A couple of our junior dragsters. So again, we've got some, again, checks from yesterday. I've got one for Malachi Phillips, Parker Schroeder, Sean Phipps, have one for you. As well as Joe Guerin. And Justin Willison got checks up here. Ken Passerby. Paul Lorton. Jennifer Kidd. So just some of the checks that I do have up here that if you have an opportunity to slip by, we'll pick those up. Checks from yesterday. So once again, we still not a whole lot of word other than we will transport John. We do have a regular ambo on the way. Our safety crew is taking care of him, but they're going to go ahead and transport him. So as it is right now, that's all we know. We'll let you know if we find out anything else for you, but as far as we know, just going to do a transport and take him to the hospital. Well, guys, just got an update from the boss, and it looks like he was coherent. Everything was going okay and moving around, talking. So seems to be good right now. They're going to go ahead and transport him anyway. A little banged up, a little rolled around out there on the pavement, but as far as everything else goes, they're going to go ahead and transport him just to check him out, make sure everything is for sure good. But kind of waiting on a transport now to take him into town and a hospital. But uh, the boss says he's coherent, talking, but they just kind of waiting now to get that transport to take him into town in a regular ambulance. Our ambulances, our guys can fix him up and take care of him, but we can't transport. We're not licensed to get out on public streets with our stuff. So, but our paramedics have taken good care of him, and everything seems to be okay. But that's latest update for y'all. So they're just kind of hanging out at the gate, waiting for transport. And like I say, Jim says that coherent, everything's good with him. He's talking, but a little banged up from rolling around on the pavement is all. So there's your update. So sounds pretty decent. And as soon as the transport gets here, we'll get back to racing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have our red flag warning back up again. So one more time, it looks like it's about to kick up and in the process thereof. So check your awnings, check your easy ups, make sure everything is tied down. Here comes the warm Tucson wind back out at us again. Looks like it's kind of coming across the racetrack out of the probably southwest in that area. So again, check your awnings, check your easy ups. Make sure that everything is tied down really well for you. As it is right now, we don't have any more information. Still waiting on a transport to come take care of our racer for us, but we'll let you know. We will get right back into racing as soon as that transport gets here. Attention and staging. Attention and staging. Looks like we are ready to go back racing. So once again, if you walked away from your race vehicle, time to walk back over there and put your helmets on and your shoulder pads and let's go racing again. Looks like we're about ready to go back. So I think we have a couple of 3 more of our Push Ridge Automotive motorcycles to go. So we will go with our motorcycles and then we'll jump right into Sportsman. So we're going to put out that final call for our Burt's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman. So you should be in the lanes already. I'm sure you're probably already there, but we'll put out the final call for our Sportsman and our motorcycles. What we have left, I think we have a couple, 3 left anyway. We'll finish up our motorcycles and then jump right into Sportsman. So once again, another update for you. They have transported John, and looks like he'll be taken care of out there, as well as our paramedics here. We had 2 paramedics and an EMT on duty here, so one of them including a fire captain. So he has well cared for. Everything was taken care of and seems to be okay. Like I say, don't have any totals for you, but they're going to transport him. He is on the way right now, and we'll get back into racing. So it looks like we've got a little bit of, still some of our wind has come up, and it still looks like it's coming out of the southwest. So whether ETs change a little bit or whatever, but it does look like it might get pushed a little bit. So it's a wind, pretty strong wind coming out of the southwest. So it might push you just a little bit. And you're more than welcome to redo your ETs out there. We'll get that taken care of. So, but once again, we are ready to get back into racing. Finish up our motorcycle category and then go right into Sportsman. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are back after it once again. Matt Blewett, right-hand lane on a Buell Cyclone for Matt. Matt's looking for a 991 against Marty Layton. Marty on the tower side, 1,216 cc's on the Suzuki Bandit. 1125 is the dial for Marty. On the red side for Marty. Matt, free time run, 19 green, looking for a 991. Goes a 989. Wow, margin of victory about 75 ten thousandths, but that red light by Marty gave the win over to Matt. Here's Marley Willison on the 96 ZX 1100 up against Tom Patterson. A father-daughter battle. Tom here, not too long ago, picked up the Wally up at Firebird. Said they're going to end up going to Vegas, I believe, next weekend or the following. So Team Patterson going to head over to Vegas and bring home some more hardware. Oh, Marley, hang on to the bike. Marley picks the front end up, heads towards the center line. She almost ran into the signboard. And wow, Dad gets away with a 007 reaction time. Marley with a 94, but Marley goes a 10:17, and Dad goes a 9:88. But Tommy had a whole lot better light, 007 to Marley's 94, but Marley closer to the number. Took the stripe by 62 in a win at 134. There's Dan Schneider. Dan on the Harley V-Rod. Attention to pits, Super Pro. Canon Powder Coating Super Pro. Your first call for your round 1 eliminations. So Schneider on that V-Rod wants a 10:21 coming out of Erie, Colorado. Come up. Dan goes 36 green. Half track. Dan's running about 108 miles an hour on the V-Rad. Kind of backs it up a little bit and goes at 10:11 at 132.30. Okay, 132.50. Oops. All right, jumping category is going to go into our Sportsman category. Thanks to Burt's Electric and Plumbing for sponsoring Sportsman. Here's Kyle Vance, 1205 dial, Mustang left lane. And John Silverson. John's in a 2006 Jeep Cherokee, Grand Cherokee, with a 1329. Kyle looking for that 1205, and John with a 1329. John, red light 43. Kyle looking at it for a 1205 at a 38 green, and goes a 1200. Had it dialed up just a little bit soft, and goes 113 miles an hour. So like I say, might reconsider some of your dials. You got a pretty good tailwind, so it might push you out a little bit. So might kind of have a quick look at that. Here's Army Slade and Luis Hermosillo. Attention pits, Super Pro, Canon Powder Coating Super Pro, your second call. Army left lane G6 Pontiac 1710 dial. Luis going to have to be about 5 seconds patient, no worries. Looking for a 1367 in the Duster. The Duster's over there in the American walk-in coolers right-hand lane. And Army the G6 Pontiac in our Bull 92.9. Wow. Army red 16. Luis going to go 1361, 6 under at 100 miles an hour. Here's Brian O'More, 2020 Chevy Camaro, 6.2 liter. Right lane 1300 is the Alpha Brian up against Kenzie Jones. Kenzie, sponsored by National Auto Collision Centers, gets the win as Brian goes red by 180. Kenzie looking for a 1310 on a free time run. Goes at 1310, dead on 3, a 30 pack at 103 miles an hour. There's Christine Fife. Oh, the battle of the pickup trucks. We get to see this more often than not. Carl and Christine run one another all the time. So it's almost like they seem to pair up. Carl wants an 1154 in his C10. Christine wants a 1430 in her C10. So the 1430 has a big block on both sides. I'm sorry. The C10s have a big block on both sides of the tree. Christine with a 454, Carl with a 496. Double green light start. See if that makes a much difference out there as Christine has a better light and gets the win. Took the stripe by 22. Christine goes dead on 8 after a 40 light. Carl was a little tardy with an 89 reaction time, about 49 back. But then he goes 2 under at 112. Christine dead on 8. Here's Denise Heath. 75 Chevy Camaro. Small block powered, 355 cubic inches. 1323 left lane. Up against Melissa Citro. Melissa's in the 86 Mustang, 347 cubic inches, a small block Ford. 1208 for Melissa. So of course Denise in the Camaro leaves first. With the true start, Denise gets the win by 3 thousandths of a second. Denise goes 26 red, Melissa goes 29 red. So Denise gets the win. Here's Steve Shoemaker, Steve Scuba Shoemaker in the borrowed Dodge pickup truck. Belongs to Mr. Wolfmeyer. 1664 is the dial for Scuba. Up against Don Quaintance. Now Don picked up some money yesterday. See if he can go some rounds and pick up some more today. Retired Highway Patrol. And Mr. Quaintance, that's a 1966 Mustang. 351 cubic inches of Windsor power. 1205 dial. To Scuba's 1664. The blue, we got him. Quaintance goes an 18 on a 5. Had about 5 stuffed away in the bank, 34 to an 86. Quaintance with the win at 95 miles an hour. There's a couple of Corvettes for you. The 2000 Corvette in the right-hand lane, that belongs to Jordan Hart. It's got 346 cubic inches and wants a 1290 up against Haley Bach. Haley in the left lane, hers is an 07. Haley wants a 1352. She's only 17 years old, comes down out of Chandler. So Haley, most of the time we'll see her in the high school category as well, going rounds in this 07 Corvette. Oh, but Jordan Hart, past champ, goes dead on 2. Oh, wow. Jordan had a 126 light. He left like 1200 at the starting line, and Haley couldn't make it last. As Jordan takes a stripe by 12 and had only dead on 2 for Jordan Hart to take the win. Here's Ryan Tetrell and Chase Lampy. Chase in the Camaro, Tetrell in the Chevelle. And the Chevelle is going to go into round number next with a 62 light as Chase red by 30. Ryan looking for a 65, goes 3 above with a 68 at 116. Keith Dunbar and Dave Nast. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Final call. Final call for Canon Powder Coating Super Pro. So Dunbar and Nast. The Mustang against the Camaro. Another true start win for Dave Nast. Nast with a 13 red. Dunbar with a 130 red. Mustang goes to the buyback. Michael Giesick in the 63 Shoebox Nova. American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Up against Brian Newberg's Camaro. It's a 77 Camaro with a stroke motor. Whoa, light the tires on that Chevy 2. Still got a little smoke coming out from under Giesick's Nova, but wow, lit the tires right at the hit. So might have a little bit too much pressure or something as Giesick goes 14-4, and Brian was a little tardy at the starting line, only about 8 back, but he'll get the win. Goes 29 on the 18 for Newberg, get the win. Cade Renault and Russ Lindsay. Lindsay's in the Oldsmobile Omega right-hand lane, looking for a 13-11. He'll get the win as Cade goes red by 1/1000th of a second. Russ goes 13:03 on the 11, but the green win lights were on his scoreboard. Here's Corey Oxford, 75 Chevy Camaro, and Allison Bollet. Allison here in the left-hand lane with an 1192 in the Nova. Corey looking for a 1274. Double green light this time. Allison drifts a little bit towards the fence. Has to drive the Nova back in the middle. Corey looking over his left shoulder, doing 85 miles an hour through the half track. And Allison gets the win. She was only about 4 above with a 0 at 110 miles an hour. 39/1000ths of a second was the win that goes to Allison. Corey was 5 above as well at 108 miles an hour. So Jeff Main Mustang, 81 Mustang, 400 cubic inches of small block Chevy in the Mustang. Jeff comes out of Avondale. 1157 is the Dow. Up against the BMW of Kyler Farr. Kyler, paper tag on that BMW, looking for a 12-0. Jeff just kind of pacing the BMW over there. Gives the stripe to Kyler. Kyler takes a little bit too much of it. Jeff Main with the win. Had a full hundredth away. All right, running into Super Pro. Brad Akers, Paul Lorton, Akers in the door car. Lorton in the Vega, the door car. The pipe car here on the tower side with Brad, 531. Uh-oh. There we go. Having a little bit of difficulty putting it into reverse. But now that we are in Super Pro, back to the 8th mile. Brad comes up out of Benson, 540 cubic inches between the frame rails. Lorton, small block powered 76 Vega. That's unusual. Lorton red by 19. Then goes one up. Gene red by 4. Gives a free time run over to Kurt Wright. Kurt goes 2 above with a 5 at 130 miles an hour. Here's Nick Renstra and Alan Smith. Alan in the Chevelle, 67 Chevelle, 540 cubic inches. 638's the dial over there in the American Walk-In Cooler to the right-hand lane. Nick here in the Vega. He's in there 92.9. The Bowl Lane with 697 down. Joe Kidd will get a competition bye in a 73 Outlaw Nova. Would have gone red, but hey, when you're in a competition bye or a bye run, it's all you. So it was one above. Here's Nathan DeMarco and Joe Kidd. Joe Kidd in the S10 right-hand lane. DeMarco in the Yancer chassis left-hand lane. The Yancer's looking for a 5:46. The S10 wants a 6:26. Joe Kidd will take that win. Nathan a little bit better light by about 4, but Joe closer to the number, goes one above with a 706 miles an hour. Nathan was about 6 above at 124. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Junior Dragsters 6-12. Junior Dragsters 6-12, your first call. Here's Chuck Hawk Jr. 505 as the dial in the little slam down S10 pickup truck. Up against Kristen Stevens. Kristen with the big block 496 cubic inches with a 494 dial. And Chuck Hawk Jr. will take that win. He goes one above with an 8. Better light went to Kristen. 16 to a 24. But Chuck closer to the number. I think Kristen was about 4 above at 138. Chuck takes a strike by 17 and a win at 136. Here's Sarah Kidd and Daniel Slade. The S10 pickup tower side 678 dial. That's an 84 S10 with a small block Chevy. Daniel Slade, Slade Electrical Contractors, big block Ford under the hood. 565 cubic inches, wants a 512. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Junior Dragsters 6-12, your second call. Junior Dragsters 6-12, your second call. Sarah gets away with a green light. Here comes Daniel. Can he get there in time? Because Sarah had a 002 reaction time. Then goes 2 above with a 6 at 99 miles an hour. Daniel left 4 at the tree, but he goes dead on 7. No, that's not going to make him happy. 22 hundredths win for Sarah. Tony Piscata, he's in the Camaro. That's a 67 Camaro with 619 on the window. Up against Jay Axel's Jeep. The Jeep on the tower side. 676 is the dial. Wow. Jay with a 003 light could not. Oh, Jay takes too much stripe and goes 6 thou under. He only took 36 at the stripe, but he only had about 2 in the bank. Tony Piscata gets the win. Goes 1 up with a deuce at 111 miles an hour. Pat Marbach. 507. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Final call. Junior Dragsters 6-12. First call. Junior Dragsters 13-17. Your first call. Junior Dragsters 6-12. Your final call. breakout win goes to Marbach. Had a nice 007 light, and then goes one above with a 6 at 136. Here's Bill Kidd and Randy Smith. Randy out of Buckeye in the undercover chassis. Big block as well, 496 cubic inches, 536 to Bill's 657. Better reaction time goes to the winner. That'd be Bill Kidd. Bill about 13 in the bank, had put away. Then goes 2 above with an 895 miles an hour. Gave the stripe to Randy. Randy took 19 too much and goes under by 4 thousandths of a second. Here's Lynn. I'm not even going to try the last name Lynn. It comes out of Mesa anyway in a Tesla. But his first name's Lynn. And his last name is too many vowels and consonants for me to even try. 695 is the dial for the Tesla, up against Dylan Smith's 495. Dylan's in a racecraft chassis with a big block Chevy. So of course Lynn's going to get the lead first. Dylan's going to have to chase him down. Can he get there in time? Oh no, and he doesn't. Wow. Dylan had a whole lot better light. He had a 006, but Lynn goes dead on 5, 90 thousandths of a second, 0090 to Lynn. And Lynn had a 43 light, so he was tardy at the start, but Dylan was 5 hun off. And Lynn gets the win at 103 miles an hour, taking the stripe by 90 at 103 miles an hour. Here's Rick Feaster in the Nova, doing a couple of dry hops, hanging the Nova up on the wheelie bars. 565 dial for Rick in the right-hand lane. Up against Rory Haar. Rory Hum coming all the way down from Watertown, South Dakota in that undercover chassis. So Rick's going to get just a little bit of a head start, 565 to a 505. Attention pits, Junior Dragsters 13 to 17. Your second call. Both of them get away with a green light start. Rory was way tardy. He left 2 hun at the starting line. Gave the stripe to Rick, and Rick goes dead on 8. 8 and 3 is 21. Gives a 21 pack over to Rick at 115 miles an hour. Here's Brittany Hinkle. She's in a 63 Shoebox Nova Chevy 2, 502 cubic inches with a 705 dial. Up against Cindy Hawk in a Spitzer chassis, Ford powered, 601. Cindy's looking for a 487. Brittany wants a 705. Wow, that's a whole bunch of difference in 660 feet. Made it up though, and Cindy goes dead on 4, a 30 pack. Brittany left 2 at the starting line and then goes up on the dial. Wow, way up on the dial. Kurt Zensalita, 583 is the dial in the Roadrunner. Up against Joe Landavazo is 547. Joe here in the left-hand lane. Part of the Arizona Drag Racing Associations, the ADRA. One of the vice presidents, I believe, for Joe. Comes out of Peoria with a 547. Kurt in his Roadrunner Oh, it looks like he's out in front. Could he going to stay that way? And oh no. Looks like Landavaso got him. Landavaso dead on 1. Now Kurt had, gosh, almost 3 put away. A 24 to a 59. But then he gave Landavaso the stripe and took it by 21. And then goes dead on 1 at a $1.24 for Landavaso. Here's Brian the Gambler Thomas, 616 dial in the Ford Roadster, up against Yen Raiders 548. Attention pits, all junior dragsters. Final call is out to you. All junior dragsters, final call. Raider looking for that 548 in his dragster. Has a 29 light and a win. Goes 52 on a 48 at 117 miles an hour. Took a strike by 10 and a win and 117 for Raider. Thomas goes 24 above on the 16 at 108. Here's Rodney Ward and Chris Solman. Chris, sponsored by Moto Sonora Brewing Company in his Barracuda and in the Z-Car. Z-Car wants a 592. Rodney coming out of Wilcox. He wants a 624. And the win goes to Silman. Wow, Rodney had a better light by, oh gosh, almost 12. But then he was 3 above on the dial. Silman was only 1 above on the dial. Had a 13 light to Rodney's 001. Chris took the strike by 11, and that gave him the win, as there was no room to move in on Rodney's 001, but Chris took it. Jeff Morgan in the 88 Mustang, 406 cubic inches of small block. Right-hand lane. 727 on the window, up against Tim O'Moore's 503. .503 chasing down the 727 and gets it on a double breakout. Margin of victory about 2600. Goes to Tim O'Moore. He was only 6 thou under. Jeff was about 5 hun under and left 5 at the starting line. Tim O'Moore with the win. Here's the big block powered 70.5 Camaro of Lenny Fife. Lenny wants a 662 in the left lane, up against Don Toya. Toya in his Chevy Roadster today. Donnie's looking for a 530. Moving over towards the center line just a little bit to find out where that roadster's at, and then takes too much stripe while he's at it. Goes 3 thou under. Toya 27 light to Lenny's 11, and Lenny takes too much stripe by 34, gives the win to Toya. Toya 1 above with a 5 at 132. Here's Jennifer Kidd. I believe Jen still needs to stop by and pick up a check from yesterday. She's got a 537 on the window. In the right-hand lane, up against Faustino Zaragoza, the silver Pro Stock style hood scoop Vega. 648's the dial. Sponsored by Porter Marine Service. Clean and green both sides. Faustino, a lot better light, 29 to a 111. And then goes dead on 7. Jen goes dead on 6, but left 11 at the starting line. Wow. At 128 miles an hour. Faustino into round 2. Here's Luke Makovica in the rear engine dragster, built back in 23. Big block Chevy powered, 565 cubic inches. Up against Brian Lopez. Lopez in the 84 Camaro. This is a big block as well, 496. 607 left lane, 512 right lane. Passed high school, or at least junior dragster and Sportsman champion for Makovica. Oh, Brian got it. Brian goes dead on 3, a 30 pack to Brian, 27 light and dead on 3. Makovica was 2 above with a 14 on the 12 at 136 miles an hour. Margin of victory, 21 thousandths of a second to Brian. Here's the Cougar of Ron Van Natter out of Phoenix. Cougar wants a 654 against Luis Ortiz, the Venom. The answer chassis. Luis wants a 527. Once again, the CompuLink system takes over. The best red light was Luis by 12. Luis will get the win. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Let's get pro. Chuck Hawks Auto Performance Pro. So once again, Chuck Hawks Auto Performance Pro, your first call. Here's Pat Neal and Kyle Fritz. Pat's in the Corvette. He's in the 92.9 left lane. Oh no, rolled through the beams. Something did not hold for the Corvette. Kyle Fritz. See if, yep, Kyle lifted, goes 754. And it looks like we're gonna have to go get Pat. And it looks like Pat's crew gonna run out and hook up the Corvette, pull it off. But Kyle Fritz will take that win. Was 1 above with a deuce, set at 91 miles an hour. Attention to pits. Attention in the pits. TUCSON Auto Performance. Second call. And the win's going to go to Lexi Lorton as Jada 2-month stripe and goes under her 80 with a double four at 47 miles an hour. Here's Ariana and Christian. Christian here in the left lane, sponsored by Don's Hot Rod Shop in a half scale chassis. 1190 is the Dow. Up against Ariana. Ariana sponsored by Coleman Trucking and Torco, as well as Scrappers. Ariana's 11 years old. 890 is the Dow. Ariana goes under her 90 with an 87. Christian gets the win, but he goes dead on 8. So we're going to go ahead and put out that final for our TUCSON Honor Performance Pro category. Now this is your buyback round, so if you bought back or if you won round 1, this is your call. TUCSON Honor Performance Pro buyback round. Again, if you won or if you bought back. Now here's Hayden George and Riker. Riker's in the left-hand lane with an 890. Got a catch to Hayden. Oh, he took too much stripe. He goes under. And gives the win over to Hayden. Hayden goes double 7 on a 60 at 47 miles an hour to take the win. Next pair, Gianna Grotto and John Brewer III. And Gianna picks up that win. Had a nice 0-1-7 reaction time. John Littletardy goes 1-1-9. And then up on the dial by 2. 34 runs a 53. Gianna up as well. Goes 36 on a 25. But a 17 gave Gianna the win. Here's Aubrey Keller. I believe this is our last of our 6 to 12 junior dragsters for this round. Round E1. And Charlie Edwards is left lane. Time Bandit and Radford Racing. Sponsors on the side of Charlie's car. Oops, that didn't look good. Same thing happened last time to Charlie. So Aubrey will take the win. Oh, goes dead on 2. So at a 71 miles an hour for Aubrey. In our American Walk-In Cougars right-hand lane. And poor Charlie, same thing happened last hit for Charlie. They end up having to push her back. So I'm not sure. brothers have to face off here. Jace Renault left lane, Cade Renault right lane. Cade will go red by 40 and give the win to Jace. The older brother goes 40 red. Chase, the younger brother, gets the win. Sponsored by Hoosier, LAT, and Katie Racing Engines on both sides of the tree. Here's Chloe Darby up against Isabella Grotto. Chloe out of Vale with a 7.90. And it is a heads up as Isabella has a 7.90 as well. So the older age group folks going right on the more or less index for our older age group junior dragsters. Well, looks like this might be the final pair in round one, the older age group, 13-17. Parker Schroeder, New Gen Customs in a motivational chassis, left-hand lane. Again, 790s a pair on the dial-in. Sarah Kidd out of Marana, 17 years old. Parker out of Peoria, 15 years old. And Sarah red right by 0.08 of a second. Parker Schroeder, 8th thou green. Sarah goes two above with a deuce at 80.25. I'm sorry, Parker. Duh. Parker goes two above for the win. All right, here we go. Round the buyback round for TUCSON Honor Performance Pro category. Here's Linda. She's in the left-hand lane. And Jay Axtell. Jay in the right-hand lane. Jay in the dragster. 9:07 for Jay. We're going back to that quarter mile again. Linda with a 10:98 in the Mustang. As they roll up into the beams, the tree comes down. Goes green for both drivers. Better light goes to Jay, and so does the win. Jay dialed an 07, but he had about 3 put away in the bank. As Jay goes 31 at the tree, Linda goes 63 at the tree, and then Linda takes too much stripe and goes 1 under at 126. Jay with the win. Jacob Trammell, Malibu, right-hand lane, 1095 dial. Up against Jeffrey Edwards, 1018 in his Chevy 2, the 66 Chevy 2 big block. 565 cubic inches in our The Bull 92.9 lane. Jacob Red 16. Jeffrey 14 green. Then 3 under. At 133 for Jeffrey, but looking at the win lights on his scoreboard, here's Mike Passerby and Matt Hawk. Matt's looking for 1146 in the Maverick. Hawk Family Racing. Over here in the left-hand lane, Mike Passerby, he wants an 1142. The Nova. Maverick pulls up once, gets away. Again, double green line start. Both of them headed down to 1320. Right now, the numbers are coming up first for the Maverick. Can they stay that way? And they do. As the Maverick takes the stripe by 45 thousandths and a win at 112 miles an hour. 3 above, 49 on a 46, but had 5 put away. Goes 30 to an 87. Matt Hawk with the win. Here's Ryan Tetreault. Again, Ryan doing double duty in the Malibu. Up against Ken Passerby. Ken in the Vega left lane. 1062 dial. Up against Ryan's 1170. Red light start. Wow, Ken with a 003. Nice hit. See how close he can be to the 62. And goes under by 3. 59 and a nickel at 126. But still, Passerby back for round 3 after a 003 reaction time. Here's Henry Labaugh and John Amstutz. Amstutz right lane, 1225 in the Chevy. The Z28, 1978 Camaro Z28. Up against Henry Labaugh. Labaugh is not dark. 1088 is the dial for Henry. How close can they be to that? Oh, Henry, 1 above with a 1. Took the stripe by 89. Wow, John had about 2 put away, 23 to a 54. But he was, wow, a full 5 up on the dial at 111 miles an hour. Henry, he was only 1 up on the dial. Took the stripe by 89 and a win. Here's James Buchanan in that Toyota Celica. Chevrolet small block Chevy powered. 884. 17. So 4-door quad goes red by 17. Buchanan takes the win. He was up by 1.5 at 153 miles an hour. So the Toyota Celica takes that win. Here's Stefan Schulte, 1074. Dave Van Winkle red by 2 thousandths of a second. Gives the win over Stefan. Stefan usually doesn't need any help. He does a whole lot of winning on his own. But Van Winkle red by 2 thou gives the win to Stefan. Stefan goes 3 above with a 9 at 122 miles an hour. Here's Brandy Card and Aaron McCammon. Aaron in the 70 El Camino 959 dial to Brandy's 1171. By 15. Brandy will take that out the back door, goes 2 above with an 8 at 112 miles an hour. But she's looking at the wind lights on her scoreboard. Here's Thad. Here's Thad Card, Brandy's hubby in the 79 Mustang. 1115 dial up against Doug Fleetwood. Bone Scraper Customs out of Phoenix. 69 Chevy Camaro, 400 cubic inches. Should take this one away all the way down to 1,320 feet. See if it hangs on, because Doug had a, oh no, Doug took too much stripe and goes under by 3. Thad goes 24, but he left 200 at the starting line. There goes Mark Felke. And Chuck Hawk Jr. Chuck with 1116 Mustang. Mark in the Monty. He wants a 1033. Felke goes double 3, goes dead on 9 after a 14 light at 128 miles an hour. Chuck goes under by 8 thousandths of a second. Mark with the win. Rob Khalil and Paul Coleman. Coleman with a 973 on the window in the Chevelle. Will get the win as he goes 979, but Rob goes under by 2 thousandths of a second. Down to 67, goes double 6 with an 8 at 127 miles an hour. So Coleman 7 10,000ths of a second margin of victory. That's 0.007. Wow. Here's Derek Fisher in the 80 Ford Fairmount, 1068 on the window. Up against Sean Brewster's 971. Sean in the Fiat, small block Chevy powered against the small block Windsor of Derek. Sean with that 971, going to chase down the 1068. It's a double green line start. Identical reaction times. Looking at one another door to door. And Sean gets it on a double breakout. Sean goes 969 on a 71. Had a better reaction time by 1 thousandths of a second. 67 for Derek, 66 for Brewster. Brewster closer to the number. and gets the win at 136. There's Kurt Wright. He's in a Camaro. He's in the left lane. He wants a 1047. Victor Sandoval. He's in a Chevelle. He's in the right lane. Oops. I think Kurt's in the left lane. Duh. 1047 for Kurt. 943 for Victor. Victor's in the small block Chevy powered 67 Chevelle. Kurt is in a small block powered 73 Camaro. Camaro's away with a green light. Chevelle's away with a green light. The Flying Banana, I think is what he called the car. Can he get there in time? And nope, can't do it. Left 5 at the starting line for Victor. Kurt Reif picked it up, goes 17 green, and then 2 above with a 0 at 125.92. Attention to pits, attention to pits. YouTube, Rubber and Asphalt Channel, Junior Street, your first call. Now, once again, your chip draw will be at the back of staging. So when you make sure you stop over there and check with Chris for your chip draw, we'll be at the back of staging for YouTube channel, Junior Street, first call. Double breakout win goes to Bob Cohen in the Insidious C10 pickup truck. He was only 1 thou under. Better light by 3. Brian had an 83, but then Brian was about 4 under. Took the stripe by double 6, 66 thousandths of a second. But the win goes to Bob Cohen. Oh, well, Chris isn't at the back of staging. Chris is in the race car right now. 12:13 is the dial for Chris here at the left lane. The 87 Mustang. Up against Stephen Lee. Stephen in the Mustang. His 65 Mustang. So again, got a little evolution in Mustangs. 87 in the left lane and the 65 in the right lane. Stephen in the right lane wants a 1067. Chris in the left lane with a 1213. Oh, Chris goes under by 9 thou. Left a whole bunch at the starting line, but Stephen was 2 above with a 7 at 116. Carlos Ortiz and Ron Height. Ron in the S10. 1129 dial. Carlos, he's looking for a 999 in the Grand Prix. Attention to pits, attention to pits. YouTube, Rubber and Asphalt Channel, Junior Street, your second call. Carlos, red light 19, Ron Height, green light 17. Green wind lights come on right away for Ron. He was about 4 below at 119. Here's Randy Lee in the fastback Mustang, right lane, 977. In the small block Ford powered Mustang, up against Tyler Sally. Tyler in the Pentastar, 1173 dial for Tyler. That's a 1972 Dodge Dart. And Tyler Sally picks up the win. He was above by 2. Randy had about 8 put away, 42-48. Tyler takes the win. Attention pits, YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Junior Street, your final call. YouTube channel Rubber and Asphalt High School, your first call. Mike Heath goes under by 7 thousandths of a second. He had a whole bunch put away in the bank because he goes 006 green and Joe Kidd goes 14 green. And Joe was only 2 above with a 0 to 130, but Mike takes a stripe by 35 and goes under by 7 thou. The win goes Joe Kidd. Here's Luis Ortiz and Tim O'More. Luis left lane. O'More right lane. 9:05 for O'More, 9:10 for Luis. And a breakout win goes to Tim O'More. Dead on 7. Had 7 thou better at the tree, 42-47. And Luis takes about 85 too much stripe and goes under by 8 thou. Gives the win to O'More on a 7 thou. Dead on 7 at 150. Here's Carson Heath, 11:29 on the window of the 65 Nova. Up against Kurt Zenzalita. Kurt 69 Roadrunner, 9:20. Again, double green light start. One of them's got a little bit better reaction time. See if it plays out at the 13:20. Roadrunner's coming on in a hurry but couldn't get there in time. As Kurt in the Roadrunner goes dead on 6. Gave the stripe to Carson. Carson takes 21 of it, but he had 2 put away and then goes dead on 6. Wow, 41 pack at 113 miles an hour for Carson, but that better light by 2 at the starting line and the stripe by 2 gives Carson the win. Here's Jordan Hart and Marv Wolfmeyer. Attention pits, YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel High School, your final call, or second call. Attention pits, motorcycle. Pushkart Automotive Motorcycle, your first call. Marvin, red light by 14. Jordan Hart win at 107.95. Final call. Final call going out. YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Junior Street. YouTube Rubber and Asphalt High School, your final call. Billy Calhoun in the BMW up against Jason. Now Billy's going to take that win as Jason red light by 25 gives the win to Billy. Billy looking for a 980, goes in equipment, saving 13.4. Here's Joe Kidd Jr. and Paul Lorton. Lorton looking for a 987 in the Vega. Joe Kidd Jr. wants a 1071. Joe Kidd 003. 3 thou red. Paul Lorton with the win. And then he goes dead on 4 after a 35 light. Attention to pits, final call. For Junior Street and High School, final call, Junior Street and High School. And second call, Bush Ridge Automotive Motorcycle, your second call. Attention to pits, final call. Junior Street and High School, final call, motorcycle. Bush Ridge Automotive Motorcycle, your final call as well. Okay, going into YouTube channel Rubber and Asphalt Junior Street. David Nass, left lane in the Avalanche, 2007 Avalanche. 11:45 is it all up against Chloe Darby. Chloe in the Prius. That's a 2019 Prius. And again, in Junior Street, we will only go out to 660 feet or 8th mile. And the pickup's going to take it. Well, the Avalanche is going to take the win. Goes 2 above with a 2. Chloe goes under the 65 with a 58 at 62 miles an hour. So David with the win. Nathan Rinstra, left lane. Ooh, battle of the pickup trucks. 10-14 dial for Nathan, left lane. In the Ford, in the Chevy, that's Parker Schroeder. Parker wants an 11:28. So Nathan going to have to chase down that big 6.6 liter Chevy Sierra, or GMC Sierra. Greens a pair. Parker looking for 11:28. Nathan looking for a 10:14. As they reach that 8th mile mark, the green wind lights come on for Nathan. Nathan was only had around a 24 and a 14, but had a whole bunch put away as Parker pretty tardy on the starting line. 180 for Parker and a 0:42 for Nathan. Nathan goes 63 miles an hour into the next round. Here's Aaron Edwards and Jace Renault. Jace with a 10:97. Aaron with a 9:00. The Nova wagon against the 2002 S10 of Jace Renault. Sound like Aaron playing with the throttle up there at the big end. Big end, well, 660-foot mark. Anyway, Aaron, two better in the bank. Had a 41 to Jace's 63. Then Aaron goes 9:25. Jace goes an 11:34. Aaron with a 66 miles an hour. Here's Ruby Schulte, left lane, and Allison Bollet, right lane. Wow, Allison's going to have to be way patient. As Ruby's dialed in a 16 and Allison's dialed in a 12. But we're high school, so we are back to the 13:20. So you got a whole quarter mile. Again, better reaction time. Let's see how it plays out there at the big end. Ruby with that 16 might have been a little soft, as Allison looking for a 12 goes 12:19, but Ruby 16:32, and Allison with the win at 88 miles an hour. Here's Andrew and Haley. Haley's in the Corvette. Andrew is in the Infiniti. The Infiniti's in the right lane with a 14:15 dial. Haley is in the Corvette. That's a 13:56 left lane. Oh, Haley, red light 11 to Andrew will get the win. Here's Aaron Rodgers in the Camaro. That's a 68 Camaro. Big block 402. 402 doesn't sound right for a big block, but attention pits, Sportsman. Bert's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman, your first call. Aaron goes dead on 0. Wow, way to go, Aaron. 020 light and then dead on 0. Nice dialed at 112 miles an hour. Attention pits, Sportsman. Birch Electric and Plumbing, Sportsman. Second call. Bill Kuzar and Dan Schneider. Schneider out of Erie, Colorado with a 2005 V-Rod 1300cc in the right-hand lane. 10:10 for Dan. Bill here in the left-hand lane with a 9:26. Bill red light. Dan says thank you. I will go into round number next at 130 miles an hour. There's David Oler and Pat Marbach. Marbach with a 1531 dial, and Oler with a looks like a 938. Marbach's on a Harley. That's a 2013 Harley over there in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Oler's on a 1978 Kawasaki. 1428 cc's here in the left-hand lane. David gonna have to chase down Pat. About 5 seconds out there, or a little more. And it is a double breakout win as David takes a little bit too much stripe and goes under by 2 at 136 miles an hour. Marbach only goes under by 8 thou. Looks like David had about 3 put away, but Marbach picks it up at the big end. Gave the stripe to him by 39, and Pat gets the win. Here's the father-daughter battle again. Tom Patterson and Marley Wollison. Marley on the 96 ZX 1100 over there in the right-hand lane with a 964 dial. Tom here in the left-hand lane goes red by 14. Marley takes a win. Looking for a 964. Goes 81 green and then goes 68 4 above. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Sportsman. Bert's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman. Your final call. Matt Blewett going to get this bye run on the 2000 Buell Cyclone. So Blewett moves into the next round. I believe that will be our quarterfinals. And goes 93 on the 89. And Sean as well. Sean on a laddered bye. He was your #1 qualifier at the time on a 2006 Suzuki. Sean looking for a 959 on this laddered bye run. Would have gone red, but doesn't matter at this point. Then he goes, oh, dead on 0. Nice hit for Sean. Got that thing dialed at just right, 140 miles an hour. But would have gone red, but hey, when you're by yourself, it doesn't matter, and you can still go dead on 0. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. We do need Canon Powder Coating Super Pro. Canon Powder Coating Super Pro. This is your first call for your buyback round. Canon Powder Coating Super Pro. First call. right, super sportsman category, Army Slade and Corey Oxford. Corey in the 1975 Camaro with the 1278 dial in the right-hand lane. Army left-hand lane 1715 is the dial for the Pontiac G6. Corey's got to catch up out there, about 5 down, and does. Goes 13-0 on a 1278. Took a strike by 42, and was about 3 above to take the win. Army goes only 1 above with a 1, but left 2 at the starting line. I mean 2 on at the starting line. Here's Luis Hermosillo up against Haley Bopp. 13's a pair. Hermosillo wants a 1360. Haley wants a 1353. So about 7 thou separates them here. The 74 Duster left-hand lane. The 2007 Corvette right-hand lane. Oh, that's too bad. Looks like Luis timed out, will not get a time. So Haley, don't break out. Oh, Haley. So Haley takes that win. Goes 13-4 on a 53 at 107 miles an hour. Here's Kyle Vance and Kyler Farr. Kyler in a BMW with a 12.0 dial, and Kyle with a 12.01 dial. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Super Pro. Canon powder coating Super Pro. Your second call. The Mustang, with a little bit better reaction time, gets the win. As Kyle goes 17 on an 0-1. Took a strike by 43, but had 4 hun away as Kyler goes way tardy at the starting line. 472 to Kyle's 93. Kyle with the win. Brian O'More and Ryan Tetrault. Tetrault in the Malibu, 1175 right-hand lane. Up against Brian O'More's Camaro, left-hand lane, 1303. And Brian, red light by yesterday, 182. Ryan will get the win going to round number 3. Dial to 75 goes a 72. 3 below at 115. Here's Scuba Shoemaker. 1682 in the Dodge pickup. Up against Chase Lampy's Camaro. Camaro's 1975 Camaro. He's over there in the right-hand lane, 1197 dial. Scuba here in the 2001 Dodge Dakota. 1682 on the window. Better green light. Looks like it's going to go to Shoemaker, but then Shoemaker takes too much stripe and goes under his 82 with a 70. Chase Lampe with the win. Goes dead on 1. 115 miles an hour for Chase. Way left a little bit at the starting line, but Steve comes back, takes too much stripe, goes under. Chase goes dead on 1. Here's Denise Heath and Jordan Hart. Jordan with the Corvette. Denise with the Camaro. Camaro's left lane 1322. Corvette right lane 1292. Denise looking for that 1322. Got to keep pace with the Corvette. Can she get there in time? Wow, the Corvette had a 0.80 reaction time. Denise was like way tardy, 8:32. Only 5 above the dial. But Jordan was way down as he was looking over his left shoulder going, I'll go ahead and take the stripe. And a 13:34 at 85. Here's Melissa Citro, 12:06 in the 86 Mustang, small block forward powered, up against Christine Fife. Christine in the 79 C10 big block Chevy powered pickup truck, 14:30 on the window. Christine red 8:19. Melissa into the next round. Melissa only one above with a 3 at 112 miles an hour. Christine, red light 19 at 93 miles an hour. Here's that good looking 69 Camaro, 489 cubic inches on a 1237 dial, up against Carl Mapes Jr. The C10 pickup truck, it's a big block as well, 496 cubic inches, 1153 dial for Carl. The Camaro leaves first with that 1237. Green wind lights come on for Carl. Nice 30 reaction time. Dave with the 101. Then Dave was a little up on the dial. Dial 37 goes to 76. Carl a little bit closer to the numbers. Took the stripe by 32. Goes 67 on a 53 after a 30 light at 103. Allison Boley left lane. 74 Chevy Nova. 1196 on the window. Up against Jeff Main. Jeff in the 81 Mustang. 400 cubic inches of small block Chevy under the hood. 1157 is the dial. Attention to pits, Super Pro, Canon Powder Coating Super Pro, your final call. Russ Lindsay's going to steal that one away as Michael took the stripe by 30 and goes under, way under his 25 with a double zero. Lindsay goes 14 on an 03 at 94.71 to take the win away. Here's Keith Dunbar's Mustang in the right-hand lane up against Cade Renault in the S10 pickup truck. 16.99 for Cade and 12.08 for Keith. Keith gonna have to do a little traveling to get there in time. Cade steps on the brakes, gives the stripe to Keith. Oh, he kind of backed into him a little bit and then goes 17-16, but Keith will take the win. Goes dead on 9 after a 38 light. Cade had a couple stuffed away as Keith goes 38 green and Cade goes 27 green, but then Keith goes dead on 9 at 105 miles an hour for the win. Here's Kinsey Jones. Kinsey in the 1995 Firebird. Would have gone red, but hey, again, when you're by your lonesome, you can do that. Squeeze the bulb as hard as you want to and go 17 red. Looking for that 13-12 though, and goes 13.07. Goes under by a couple at 103 miles an hour. Looks like Brittany is going to take the win away from Joe Landavazo, as Joe had a nice double 0-2 reaction time. But Brittany will get the win, takes a stripe by 38 thousandths of a second, and then goes 7.06. Joe quite a ways off his dial, 51 on a 46. unusual is Joe Kidd that tardy on the starting line. 373 for Joe. And of course, Joe goes dead on 6, but when you leave 300 at the starting line, it's not going to happen. There's Rodney Ward and Rick Feaster. Feaster with a 565. Rodney with a 627. And a breakout win goes to Rodney. Rodney dialed a 27, goes one above with an 8 at 111, but a nice 002 reaction time for Rodney. Feaster 47, so Rodney had about 27 put away, and he takes the stripe by 26. Here's Brad Akers and Kristen Stevens, pair of rear engine dragsters. Kristen sponsored by New Wheel. Big block powered on both sides of the tree. Yancer chassis. I think the right lane is a Don Davis chassis. Left lane is a Yancer chassis. 532 for Brad, 498 for Kristen. Starting line, as Kristen was only about 4 back at the starting line, 26 to a 22. But then Brad takes a little bit too much stripe, 28, goes under by 2, and gives a win to Kristen. She goes dead on 7 with a 26 light. Here's Daniel Slade, 565 cubic inches of Ford in the American walk-in coolers right-hand lane with a 512 dial. Here in the left lane, that's Cindy Hawk. Hawk Family Racing, another Ford-powered rear-engine dragster, 601 cubic inches, 487 on the window for Cindy. Better reaction time goes to the winner. That'd be Daniel Slade. Daniel goes one above with a 4 and a 17 light at 133 miles an hour. Kurt Reif, left lane. Eddie's Engineering rear engine dragster. Up against Chris Silman's Z-Car. 529 left lane, 592 right lane. The door car with the 350 Chevy under the hood of the Z-Car. Kurt, he's got a small block as well. But 529 anyway. Chris with a 003 reaction time and takes the stripe by 43. He had 8 put away as Kurt was 80 at the tree. Chris was 003. And then Kurt goes under by 2. Chris was above by 2 and takes a stripe by 4. Gives him the win at 116. Here's Nick Renstra. He'll take that win as Kid goes red by 1 thou. And Nick, oh, he would have gone 1 under, but hey, 007 light and 1 under at 97 miles an hour. Wow. Here's Lynn. And just heard that Lynn was the Division 7 EV champion. We're at the division finals. So the Division 7 EV champion over there for Lynn. 695 was the dial. Joe Kidd Jr. left lane looking for a 6.80. Lynn looking for a 6.95. And Joe Kidd. Joe Kidd goes 81, go one above with a 6 at 97 miles an hour. Lynn better light, 19 to Kidd's 26. But Lynn was further off the dial. Here's Kurt Zenzalita and Bruce Snyder. I'm sorry, Schroeder, duh. Schroeder here in the left lane with a 499 in the Race Tech chassis against Kurt Zenzalita's 586. A red line start for Schroeder. Free time run for Zenzalita. And then he goes dead on 5 after a 40 light at 117 miles an hour. So when you go dead 5, you got to dial in pretty close. Here's Pat Marbach in a 2020 American chassis, 699 cubic inches of Chevy. Wow. Over there in the right-hand lane in the American chassis up against Randy Smith. Randy in the left lane, 536 is the dial. Still in, but not now. Dad goes out. Pat with a 003. Nice hit for Pat. And then goes 3 above with the 1 at 132. Took the stripe by 46 and a win at 132.69. Here's Craig Moling. Again, one of our sponsors for Team Tucson. Craig in the altered 553 is the dial for Craig in the right-hand lane up against Roy Haar. Roy looking for a 496 in his undercover chassis. Craig was like way tardy at the starting line. 803 to Rory's 032. Rory looking over his shoulder goes, that alter's nowhere to be found. They didn't even leave the door open. Goes 528 at the stripe and takes the win at 124 for Rory. Attention in the pits. Attention pits. Junior dragsters 6 to 12. Junior dragsters 6 to 12. This is your first call. And just a quick reminder for junior dragsters, your chip draw is in the lanes. Again, just a quick reminder that junior dragsters, your chip draw is in the lanes. Junior dragsters 6 to 12. This is your first call. Looks like Tim O'More with a nice 007 reaction time and then goes dead on 5, a 12-pack, and then takes the stripe by 45 and gets the win at 137 miles an hour. Jeff was only above 1, 26 to a 25, but he left 4 here at the starting line. Timmy took that out the back door, that 400 at 137. There's Nathan DeMarco. Nathan with a 552 in the answer chassis up against Luke Makovica. Makovica in the right lane with a 514. So looking for that 514, he goes under 3, but a 009 reaction time. gave the stripe to Nathan, and Nathan takes 26 thou too much and goes under further. Down the 52 goes at 48, but he left 2 at the starting line. Makovica picked it up and goes an 11 on a 14 3 back at 133. Here's Kyle Fritz. Kyle in the 89 Pontiac. Dirty Bird, he calls it. Up against Don Toya. Don in the Chevy Roadster. Don's looking for a 531. The 753 of Fritz. And Toya gets the win. Wow, that doesn't happen too often. Kyle Fritz. He goes 1 above, but a 39 at the tree. Toya goes 14 at the tree, and then 3 above with a 4. Took the stripe by 17 and a win at 128 for Toya. Here's Tony Piscata and Paul Lorton. Lorton 623, Piscata 619. Piscata's Camaro. Thanks to Paul Coleman, he says. Junior 6 to 12. Your second call. Junior Dragsters 13 to 17. Your first call. Lorton would have gone under, but he's looking at the wind lights on his scoreboard as Piscata goes red by 21. Castino is Araguza 648. Ken Rader 548. Final call. Final call. All junior dragsters. Again, your chip draw is in the lane, so all junior dragsters. Final call. Castino gets the win as Ken goes under by 3 thousandths of a second. Here's Luis Ortiz and Mike Gardner. Car. Ortiz in the Venom dragster could not get around that 003 of Gardner, and then Gardner 3 above with a 9 at 98 miles an hour. Attention to pits. Attention pits. Final Kyle. Final call. All junior dragsters. Your final call. And Jennifer Kidd going to take that win. Goes 67 on a 37, 38 light. Ron was a little tardy at the starting line with a 276. Here's Chuck Hawk Jr., Chuck Hawk Automotive left lane. S10 pickup truck. 506 dial up against Brian Lopez. Brian with a 607 in the 84 Camaro. Big blocks a pair. 496 in the right for Brian. 598 in the left for Chuck. Brian 11 red. 3-time run for Chuck. Here's Sarah Kidd. She has the bye run. Looking for a 678. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Pro. Chuck Hawk's Auto and Performance Pro. Your first call. All junior dragsters, final call. Malachi Phillips going to pick up that win. Sponsored by Phillips Overhead Garage Doors. One above with a deuce after a 37 light at 75 miles an hour. Here's John Brewer the third. 12:44 against Hayden George. Hayden with a 1370, sponsored by YouTube channel Rubber and Asphalt. Nicole and John George, mom and dad. Hayden wants a 1370. Brewer looking for a 1244. Looks like John's going to go in deep over here in the left-hand lane and get the win. As Hayden red by 87. Jack Lorton in the right-hand lane. That's the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane with an 11.90. Up against Ariana Vizuet here in the left-hand lane. Ariana's dialed up an 8.90. Sponsored by Scrappers, Holman Trucking, and Torco. Last pair, Ariana picked up the win. It was 9:04 on that 890. Looks like Jack had about 5 put away, 43 to a 40, about a 4 put away. Duh, can't add. And Ariana gets the win. This pair, Charlie Edwards and Colton Darby. Colton right lane with an 890, and Charlie with an 890. That thing just doesn't seem to want to run. They've had real trouble with it. So, but Charlie gets the win. And she's still going to have to pull it over. As doggone it, Charlie. There's Reagan. Travis Shoemake, an Automotive Excellence, a sponsor on Raiden's car against Alexi Lorton. And Alexi's going to pick up the win. She had a nice 0:05 reaction time at 64. Here's Jada coming out of Prescott Valley. Looking for a 13:43 up against Riker. Riker sponsored by Travis Shoemake and Pride Drilling. Jada's going to take that win. Goes dead on one at 198 reaction time. Jada had, looks like Riker had about 6 in the bank. But Jada gets the win, goes dead on one at 47 miles an hour. Attention pits, second call. Pro, Tucson Auto and Performance Pro. This is your second call. Here's Cade Renault and Sarah Kidd. Cade left-hand lane. Cade's looking for a 790, and well, Sarah, she's looking for a 790 as well. Cade sponsored by Silver State, Hoosier, LAT, and KD Racing Engines. Both of them get away with a green line start. About 8 separates them here at the starting line. See how it plays out right there. Sarah with the better light 11 to Cade's 19, and Cade gets the win though. Goes 2 above with an 8. Sarah had 6, or I'm sorry, Sarah had 8 foot away. She had 11 to Cade's 19, but Cade was closer, takes a stride by 22 and gets the win at 82 miles an hour. Shorter going to get the win. 0:05 reaction time. Chloe goes red by 23. So Parker takes the win. 82 miles an hour for Parker. Attention to pits. Final call. Final call going out for Tucson Auto and Performance Pro category. This is your final call. Lanes 5 and 6. Here's Jill Slade and Isabella Grotto. Grotto left lane. Sponsored by Grotto's Speed Shop over there in Deming, New Mexico. 790s in the left lane. Jill Slade with a 945, sponsored by New Will. Jill 17 years old and Isabella 15 years old. Jill out and away with a green light start. Jill a whole lot better light and a win. Oh, is Isabella trying to catch up out there. She had a 143 reaction time. Trying to catch up, goes under by 2. Jill gets the win. Here's Allison Bolay, left-hand lane. 790s a pair this time. Jace Renault, right-hand lane with a 790. Silver State JDP, I'm a sponsor on the side of his car. And Allison, she's sponsored it by LB Trailers, LAT Racing Oils, and Wright Trailers. Red light, 8 thousandths of a second. Allison, free time run into round number next. Going into pro category. Matt Hawk, right lane, 1148 Maverick. 72.9 meters, 60 spots. Red light by 19. Matt doesn't need any help. Hawk Family Racing goes another round. Ooh, would have gone under by about 7 thou, but hey, Matt takes that win. Jeffrey goes red. Here's James Buchanan in the Toyota Celica. Chevy powered. 884 dial. Left-hand lane. Billy Calvin. Billy out of Mesa. 940 in that BMW. Wow. BMW is pretty quick. Pretty much a stock BMW goes 10-2 and gives a win to Buchanan. Buchanan goes 925. Neither one of them very much stellar on the tree. 116 for Buchanan and 105 for Billy. Here's the Monte Carlo of Mark Pelkey up against the Mustang of Stephen Lee. Stephen flips the Mustang looking for a 1065. Comes out of Vail in that 65 Mustang. Marky comes out of Saurita in the Monte. Monte Carlo is looking for a 1034 and goes a dead on 4. Nice 15 light. Stephen, wow, Stephen left almost 75 here at the starting line. Mark picked it up and goes 92 at the stripe, but a dead on 4 and a 19 pack. Good job for Mark at 128. Here's Sean. Here's Sean Brewster and Run Height. Good for Sean. Ron Height, red light by 48. Wow. But look at Sean's light, 002. Then goes 2 above with a 7 and 135. So dial to 72 goes to 74. 135 miles an hour. But Ron, 48 red, gave the win to Sean. Here's Tim Moore and Bob Cohen. The Insidious C10 pickup truck against Tim Moore's 88 Camaro, 565 cubic inches, right-hand lane. Small block Chevy, left-hand lane. Wow. Bob had, what, about 6 put away here at the starting line, 15 to a 21. Then he goes dead on 2, a 17 pack for Bob Cohen. He left absolutely no room for Tim because Tim goes 21 green, but then he goes 3 above with a 6 at 149. So Cohen took a strike by 40 and a win by 0.04 of a second. There's Kurt Wright and Carson. Carson, 65, Chevy 2 out of Clarkdale, looking for an 1129 up against Kurt Wright's 1049. Kurt gets the win by 43 ten-thousandths of a second. He already had 3 put away and take the stripe by 43 and gives a win to Kurt at 126.26. Even though Carson went dead on 6, he left 3 at the starting line. Here's Paul Coleman coming up out of Rio Rico. 976 is the dial. Attention pits, Junior Street. YouTube Rubber and Asphalt to Junior Street. and YouTube Rubber and Asphalt High School, lanes 3 and 4. YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Junior Street and YouTube Rubber and Asphalt High School, your first call to the lanes. Here's Brandy Card and Jay Axtell. Jay's in the dragster. That's small block parity answer with a 909 in a right-hand lane. Brandy, that's a Maverick. 347 cubic inches of Ford. 1173 is the Dow. Jay got to do a whole bunch of catching up. Going to get there in time. Looks like perhaps. And no, wow, can't do it as Jay takes too much stripe and goes under by 5. Brandy up by 2 and 4 at 113 with the win. Here's Jordan Hart and Kyle Fritz. Kyle left lane, 89 Pontiac Firebird. 632 cubic inches left lane with that 1188. Jordan in the 2000 Corvette, looking for a 1289. Jordan wins 46. Kyle will get the automatic free time run and a win. Would have gone under by 5 at 114, but hey, those green win lights on your scoreboard make you the winner. Here's Henry Leba and Paul Lorton. Attention to pits, attention to pits. YouTube Rubber and Asphalt Channel Junior Street and YouTube Rubber and Asphalt High School, your second call. Paul drifting out towards that wall just a little bit, but Henry goes red by 28, so Paul has the win. Paul goes 91 on an 87. Here's Thad Card and Tyler Sally. Tyler in the right-hand lane in the 72 Dart, 1174 dial. Up against Thad Card with an 1122 in the Mustang. Free time run goes over to Tyler. Attention to pits, Junior Street and High School. YouTube channel Rubber and Asphalt, Junior Street and High School. Final call. And the win's going to go to Tyler. As a red light start from Thad. Ken Passerby and Joe Kidd. Joe Kidd in the S10, 990. 1059 for Ken. Joe goes dead on 0, but look at that. Margin of victory, 23 ten-thousandths of a second. Joe Kidd Passerby left him room. He had a 006, and Joe goes 26, but he goes dead on 0 at 132 miles an hour. Passerby takes the stripe by 23. He was only one above with 8, but Passerby gets the win away from Kidd because of a 26 reaction time. When you leave 2 at the starting line, and your opponent goes 6 green, and only 1 above with the 8, wow. 23 ten-thousandths of a second win for Ken Passerby. Attention to pits, attention pits. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle, your first call. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle, your second call. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle, your second call. It looks like we're going to jump around just a little bit and go into high school as opposed to Junior Street, but high school will be up next. Here's Allison Boley in her Nova, and Andrew, you're in the Infinity. Andrew's a 14-18. Allison with a 12-0. Now we are going to the quarter mile because we're in high school category instead of Junior Street, but Allison with that 12-0. And Andrew will get to leave first with a 14-18. Better reaction time might take it away. We'll see what happens at the 13:20. Been wrong the last two times on that, so as the better reaction time did not. Oh, Andrew tapping the brakes and still went away, and he did have the better reaction time, 48 to a 56. But Allison dead on at 99 miles an hour. Takes a strike by 17. 17 and a win for Allison. Here's Aaron Rogers. Aaron goes into the final against Allison. Attention pits, final call. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle, your final call. Attention pits, Sportsman. Bert's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman. Your first call. Jumping into Junior Street. Here's Aaron Rodgers. Aaron looking for a 9.0, goes a 9.04. That's 76 miles an hour. There's David Nast in the Avalanche. Right-hand lane, 11:45 dial up against Nathan Rinstra, easy for you to say. Nathan, left lane, 14 Ford F-150 with a 10:15 dial. And Nathan will pick up that win. As David, red light by 0.03 of a second. Nathan goes 3 under. Dial 15 goes 12. It's 71 miles an hour. But hey, green wind lights on your scoreboard. Attention all junior dragsters. All junior dragsters, your ladder is posted. Once again, your ladder is posted at the back of staging. So if you didn't hear before, junior dragsters, all junior dragsters, your ladder is posted. Attention to pits, attention to the area. Lenny Fife, I believe you heard. There is a rerun. So Lenny Fife, your opponent is in the lanes. Come on down. Well, that was a little bit of a rerun, and wow, Joe Kidd, as normal, chopped down the tree with a 004. Looks like he had about one in the bank. And Lenny goes one above with a 0. Takes a strike by 34 ten-thousandths of a second at 105 miles an hour for both sides. But Joe was about 2 above with a 3, and Lenny was only 1 above with a 0. And Joe had, oh gosh, Joe had about 1 in the bank or 10 in the bank, a 14 to a 4. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Burt's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman, your second call. All right, here is your what? Quarterfinals. There's Joe Garrett and Matt Blewett to get into the quarterfinal or semifinals. Running our quarters now. So Joe with a 975 and Matt with a 992. Ooh, both of them get over the green line start, and only one separates them here at the starting line. As they reach near the finish line, the green wind lights come on for Joe Guerin. Dialed to 75 is 2 above with a 770. Here's Pat Marbach and Sean Phipps. Sean left lane, the Suzuki. Pat right lane with the Harley. The Harley's looking for a 1529. The Suzuki, a 959. Ooh, Pat sits up right away and goes red. 956. Sean's got an automatic 3-time run. Looking for a 959. Has a 66 light. Half track about 114. Through the quarter mile goes a 965 at 140 miles an hour for Phipps. Here's Justin Willison and Dan Schneider. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Final call. Final call for Sportsman, Burt's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman. Your final call. Justin left lane will get the win as Dan red light by 20. And Justin goes at 42 on a 38 at 139. And the buy run goes to Marley Willison. That is a laddered buy for Marley. Wants a 968. Attention to pits, Super Pro. Canon Powder Coating Super Pro. Your first call. And Marley goes 9,666 on that 68 at 135. There's Kinsey Jones and Corey Oxford. The Firebird left-hand lane. That's Kinsey. 1310 is the dial. And Corey looking for a 1278. '75 Camaro right-hand lane. 1995 Firebird left-hand lane. Attention pits, Super Pro. Canyon Powder Coating Super Pro. This will be your second call. And a double breakout win goes to Corey. Corey only about 2 under at 108 miles an hour. Kinsey, she goes 12.98 on a 13.10. Took a stripe by 9. Way quick. Here's Kyle Vance and Jordan Hart. Jordan in a 2000 Corvette. Kyle in a 1990 Mustang. Mustang looking for a 1205. The Corvette looking for a 1284. Rolling up into the beams. Corvette's in first. Here comes the Mustang. Both of them in pre-staged. Looking at one another, kind of going, oh, okay, you go. No, you go. No, you go. Neither one of them rolling into stage beams. A little bit of a, and they both roll in at exactly the same time. Corvette gets away. Mustang's away. And the win goes to Kyle Vance. Kyle, 5 up. Down to 12.05 and goes to 12.10. Took a strike by 13 and a win at 109. Attention pits, Super Pro. Cannon Powder Coating Super Pro. Your final call. Here's Chase Lampe and Ryan Tetrault. Ryan's in the Malibu. That's a 65 Malibu SS 400, 68 cubic inches. American walk-in coolers right-hand lane, 1173 dial to Chase Lampe. Chase red by 5 thousandths of a second. Free time run to Ryan Tetrault. How close can it be to 73? Goes 78, 5 up. Here's Brian Newberg and Melissa Citro. Melissa's in the 86 Mustang, 1209 dial, right-hand lane. Up against Brian Newberg's Camaro. The Camaro, 383 cubic inches. For Brian in that 77 Camaro. Brian kind of looking over his right shoulder there as the car drifts towards the center line, trying to figure out where that Mustang's at. What do we do once we get to the big end? Oh, go under by a bunch. Wow. Under by 5. Down to 20 goes a 15. Melissa goes 1 above with a 9 at 106 miles an hour. Melissa with the win. Here's Keith Dunbar. He's in the Mustang. He's in the right lane. That's a 67 Mustang with a 1208 dial. Up against Russ Lindsay's Omega. That's an Oldsmobile Omega. 1308 is the dial for Russ. He's here in the left-hand lane, or the 92.9, the bull lane. Attention pits, junior dragsters. All junior dragsters, 6 to 12, 13 to 17. All junior dragsters, 6 to 12, 13 to 17. Your call to the lanes. All junior dragsters, 6 to 12, 13 to 17. And Keith will take that win. There's only 2 above, but he had 6 put away in the bank, a 12 to a 79. Keith takes the win in the Mustang. Here's Haley Bob Corvette, 1347 left lane. Up against Allison 1193 in the Nova right-hand lane. Oh, better reaction time. Let's see what it does if it plays. Haley tapping the brakes and it didn't work. She still took 28 10,000ths too much stripe and gives the win to Allison. Allison was 5 above with a 98 and a 3 when she dialed a 93 at 107 miles an hour. Allison with the win. Here's your bye run. Carl Mapes. Carl Mapes with an 11:53. Carl's looking for an 11:53. Has a 67 reaction time and then goes a double nickel. So Carl with an 11:55, 2 above with a 716. So it looks like that will take care of this round of our Sportsman category. Attention pits, junior dragsters. All junior dragsters 6 to 12 and 13 to 17. Your second call. All junior dragsters 13 to 17, 6 to 12. Your second call. Our Super Pro, Nick Rinstra, 693, Vega left lane. Brittany Hinkle, 63 Chevy 2, 706 dial right lane. Now again, we have into Super Pro, so we've dropped down to the 8th mile. So of course Brittany's going to get to leave first with that 706. When they reach that 8th mile, Brittany is there first. 1 above with an 897 miles an hour. Takes the stripe by 97 thou and a win at 97 miles an hour. Almost identical reaction times when they left here. Brittany with a 19 and Nick with an 18. So Brittany gets the win. She only had, Nick only had 1 thou in the bank, but then it goes up on the dial by 2. Brittany up by 1 and 8. Here's Mike Gardner and Rory Haar. Mike with a 692 in the door car. The pipe car, that's an undercover chassis coming out of Watertown, South Dakota. 498 on the window of the dragster. that 692. Oh, goes under. Takes a stride by 63 and goes under his 92 with an 89. Har gets the win, 501 on a 98. 3 above at 138. Attention pits, junior dragsters, 6-12 and 13-17. Junior dragsters, 6-12 and 13-17. Your final call. Here's Joe Kidd Jr. and Pat Marbach. Oh, Junior slipping over towards the center line to see where Marbach is at, and goes 2 above with a 6 at 95 miles an hour. Takes a stride by 29 and gets a win at 95 miles an hour for Joe Kidd Jr. Pat was 2 above as well, but he left 3 at the starting line. There's Chuck Hawk and Kristen Stevens. Kristen, sponsored by New Wheel, wants a 498 in the S10 pickup truck. 506 in the 92.9 the Bull lane. And the win goes to Kristen. Wow, goes dead on 1. That is a 2. Count them, 2. 1-2 package. She had a 001 light and was dead on 1 at 138 miles an hour. Here's Malachi Phillips and Kathy Waters. Kathy with a 9-0 dial. Malachi looking for an 8-9-0. We are in our younger age group. Looks like we might have about 8 in our quarterfinals. Winners here, of course, go into the semifinals of our junior dragsters. This is our younger age group, 6 to 12. Kathy coming out of Duncan, Arizona, and Malachi coming out of Buckeye. And Malachi is going to take that win as Kathy goes under her 9 with an 8.98. Here's Ariana and Jada. Jada's over there in the right lane, 1342. On the window, her car. Ariana's here in the left lane with an 890. Sponsored by Scrappers and Coleman Trucking and Torco. Green lights the pair. Out there to that 660-foot mark. And the green win lights come on for Ariana. She's 4 above with a nickel. After a 94 reaction time, Jada was 143. A bit tardy, but Ariana gets the win. Attention pits pro. TUCSON Auto and Performance Pro category. Your first call. Here's John Brewer the third. And Gianna Grotto. Gianna 929 dial in the right-hand lane. And John, he's got a 1236 here in the left-hand lane. Looks like John's going to roll in a little deep over here in the left-hand lane. Still looking for that 1236. He's going to get the win, though, as Gianna red light by 12. Come all the way over from Deming and turn on a red light. But, hey, all the way to the quarters. So, John Brewer the third gets that win. Attention pits, second call. TUCSON Auto and Performance Pro, second call. Next pair coming to you, Alexi Lorton and Charlie Edwards. Charlie, sponsored by Team Bandit and Radford Racing. White Crystal Creek. Charlie wants an 898. Alexi wants a 935. whoever wins this one going to set up your semifinals, all 4 of the cars. Better reaction time. See how that plays out. As Alexi has 11 put away, but can't hang on to it. As Charlie gets the win, she took the stripe by 33. And Charlie had a 43 light. Alexi had a 32, so 11 better for Alexi, but she was further off the numbers. Charlie gets the win. Jumping into our semifinals of the older age group, Parker Schroeder and Jill Slade. Attention pits, attention pits. TUCSON Auto and Performance Pro, your final call. TUCSON Auto and Performance Pro, your final call. Attention to pits, attention pits. We do need our YouTube channel, Rubber and Asphalt, Junior Street and High School. Looks like we got finals of both of those. So YouTube channel, Rubber and Asphalt, Junior Street and High School. Well, let's bring both finals up. Parker Schroeder's going to get that win as Jill red light by 96. So, who is Parker going to face in the final? Is it going to be Cade Renault or Allison Bollet? Cade looking for a 790. Allison looking for a 790. This will be set up your final for the older age group, 13 to 17. Allison sponsored by Wright Trailers, LAT Racing Oils, and LB Trailers. Cade Renault, sponsored by LAT, KD Racing Engines, and Hoosier. And of course, Silver State JDP. Cade has a little bit better by 5 and hangs on to it and gets the win. Goes, wow, dead on 1, a 13 pack for Cade Renault at 83 miles an hour. But look at Allison. Allison, she left 5 at the starting line, but she was dead on 6. So there was that 5 and another 5 at the starting line. And Cade takes the win by 10 at 83 miles an hour. Attention to pits, attention to pits. YouTube Rubber and Asphalt channel Junior Street and High School. YouTube channel Rubber and Asphalt Junior Street and High School. Call in both your finals to the lanes your second call. Attention to pits. Attention pits. YouTube channel Rubber and Asphalt, Junior Street and High School, if you're not already there. This will be your final call for your finals. Attention to pits. Attention pits. Motorcycle. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle. This is your first call for your semifinals. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle. Your first call for your semifinal. Buchanan left lane, the Toyota for the Chevy Power, looking for an 884. Fritz wanted to say, oh, Fritz goes dead on one, and Buchanan goes under. Wow, a ton under. Dialed an 84, goes a double 7, 153 miles an hour, but Kyle dead on one, so a 40 pack to Kyle. Had a 39 light, so Buchanan trying to catch up, goes under. Here's 84 with a double 7. Paul Coleman. Paul looking for a 976 up against Kurt Reif. The Camaro against the Chevelle. Chevelle gets the win, goes dead on one. Wow, 32 pack for Paul. Paul had a 31. He only had about 5 stuffed away in the bank as Kurt goes 36 to Paul's 31. But Kurt was 2 above with a 4, and Paul was dead on one. So it took a strike by 28 and a win for Paul Coleman. Here's Brandy Card in the Maverick. Oh, got to go up against Paul. Going up against Paul Lorton is tough. Brandy, oh, see Brandy looking over her left and right shoulder there a little bit. Where is that Vega? Can I get around him? And nope, can't do it. Paul goes 10-22, but Brandy left yesterday. 3:22 or 3:25. So Paul Lorton with the win. Here's Tyler's Alley. One of the few Penastars, the Mopars that's been playing lately. Tyler in a 1972 Dart here in the left-hand lane with 1172. Up against the Insidious C10 pickup of Bob Cohen. Cohen, and that's a 1969 C10. 383 cubic inches of small block motor. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Motorcycle, Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle, your second call. And another Pentastar goes down as Tyler red light by 68. Cohen, he'll come back with 119 miles an hour. Here's Sean Brewster. He had to buy coming out of Saurita in that 37 Fiat. Wants a 976. Attention to pits, motorcycle. Push Ridge Automotive Motorcycle, your final call. Attention to pits, Sportsman. Burt's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman. This will be your first call. So, Sean, an legal, that is a legal buy run. You get all suited up, you go up there, take the tree, and you can just back right out. So, talk about equipment saving is what Sean did. Just went up, took the tree, and he'll be back for round number next. All right, here is our junior street final. It'll be against Allison Boley and Aaron Rodgers. Aaron in the Camaro. 12-13 is the dial. Take that back. It looks like it's going to be the high school final between Aaron Rodgers and Allison Boley. Allison with a 12-0. Now, she's been hanging tough with that 12-0. She's had a 12-0 and a 12-0-1 most of the day. So the Nova's been right there as she's been going rounds up against Aaron Rodgers this time. Aaron with a 12-13. Ooh, a little better reaction time might take it away. We'll see as they are tied together between the Camaro and the Nova, and the Nova takes it. Wow. 12-0-1, and that's where she's been all day. 12-0-0, 12-0-1. Allison takes the win. Now, Erin had about 3 put away. She had a 55 to an 86, but she was about 9 off the dial. So Allison takes a strike by 37 and a win at 108. Attention pits, Sportsman. Birch Electric and Plumbing Sportsman. Your second call. Motorcycle, your final call. All right, here's Nathan Rinstra and Aaron Rodgers. How about Aaron Edwards? Duh. Aaron takes that win. As Nathan, well, Nathan left a whole bunch at the tree, and Nathan doesn't do that very often. He's usually in the O's, but he goes a 127. It's still green, but it's 127. Aaron goes 52, so better by 6 at the tree, and then up at the stripe. Aaron Edwards with the win. Attention pits, Super Pro, Canon Powder Coating Super Pro. Your first call, back to the lanes, please. Canon Powder Coating Super Pro. Your first call back to the lanes. And Sportsman. Burt's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman, your final call. Yeah. Here's Joe Guerin. He's over there on a Kawasaki in the right-hand lane. He's got a 965 on the windscreen. Up against Marley Wollison. Marley on the 96 ZX 1100. Oh, both of them. Wow, that was pretty interesting. It looks like both of them left before the tree was activated, so we're not sure that it's anything. So this is the final. We'll see how that all plays out, but whoever wins this will have a bye into the final, which would give them the win, which is Sean Phillips. Sean Phipps. So he was one above with the nickel at 131 miles an hour. So we got to get it all worked out here pretty soon. So Sean, believe Sean is the race winner. Attention pits, Super Pro, Canon Powder Coating Super Pro, your second call. Attention pits, junior dragsters, both categories. Junior dragsters, both categories, your first call. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Super Pro. Canon Powder Coating Super Pro. This is your final call. Canon Powder Coating Super Pro, your final call. All right, here he is into our Sportsman. I believe Sportsman quarters. Melissa Citro. Oh, Melissa 76 red. Corey Oxford, he'll take that. Next pair, Ryan Tetral and Kyle Vance. That's kind of cool here. A couple of our junior dragsters and Sportsmen already champions and high school folks that hadn't been racing with us for this long. So kind of a neat deal to have them up into the big cars now. So Kyle here on the tower side. I think Kyle was your champion like 3 years in a row in category. Ryan as well. Ryan Tetral in the 65 Malibu SS. 1180 is the dial, right-hand lane. And Kyle, he's in the Mustang. He's in that Citro family racing. The Mustangs, I think Chris has like 3 of them in there. So Kyle looking for a 1207. And Ryan wanted it at 1180. Kyle's going to get the win. He was only 2 below with a 2. Better light went to Ryan with a 004, but Kyle had a 43 light, but he was only about 2 below at 110 miles an hour to take the win. Here's Allison Bollet. Allison looking for 11. Carl Mapes Jr. in the pickup truck. He's looking for an 11:55. Ooh, better reaction time. Let's see if that takes that away. So it looks like it does, as Allison only by 2 takes the win away from Carl. Carl was a 62 on a 55, but Allison, she was a little up on it, but she had 2 put away in the bank at 102 miles an hour. Attention pits, junior dragsters, both categories. Junior dragsters, both categories, your second call. right, jumping into our Super Pro category. First pair going to be Chris Silman and Joe Kidd Jr. Chris in the 73 240Z, looking for a 592. Again, we are back to that 8th mile for our Super Pro category. And Joe Kidd Jr. Joe Kidd in the big bumper Nova Outlaw. 680 is the dial for Joe Kidd Jr. Again, only going out to that 8th mile. Can the Z car get there in time? And nope. Wow. 002 reaction time for Joe Kidd Jr. And then 2 above with a 7. Took the stripe by 12. Silman left about 16, 17 at the hit. And then was 2 above with a 2. So Joe Kidd Jr. with the win. Here's Roy Haar. And Brittany Hinkle. Attention pits, attention pits. Both junior dragster categories, your final call. So Brittany looking for a 708. And Rory looking for a 5. Oh, Brittany takes it, goes dead on 8 after a 10 light. Rory left about 11 here at the starting line, 21 to a 10, and Brittany picked it up and goes 14 at the stripe at 94 miles an hour. Rory was only 1 above with a 1, but he left 11 at the stripe. I mean, sorry, at the hit. Here's Daniel Slade. Ford-powered rear-engine dragster, 512 on the window. Going to go up against Faustino Zaragoza. Faustino 648 is the dial for the Vega. So Daniel have to chase down that 648. About a 1.5 seconds. So a full plus tree. Can Daniel get there in time? Wow. Daniel had a 5 better light and pushed out Faustino. Faustino took the stripe. It looks like Daniel kind of pushed him out as he goes 512 with a 9, and so he's dead on 9 after a 15 light. So he had a 5 better light. Faustino with a 20 light, and then goes under by 6 thousandths of a second. All right, I think this might have a couple more pair in our Super Pro category. Tim Moore, left-hand lane, his rear engine Gebhardt chassis, 565 cubic inches of Chevy, 504 dial. In the Bull 92.9 left lane. In the right lane, that's the American Walk-In Cooters lane. 513. And the wind light comes on for Tim Moore. Goes 2 above with a 0 at 130 miles an hour. Makovica goes under by 6 thou. Stepped up, took the stripe by 13. Here's Lenny 5. Lenny's been going plenty of rounds lately as well in this 70.5. Big block powered Camaro. Going to go up against Kristen Stevens this time. Kristen with a 497 on the window. And Lenny with a 661. Get there in time. I'm not sure. With a better reaction time going to Lenny, and so does the win. Kristen trying to get in there. She left about 13 at the starting line and then goes 2 under when she took the stripe by 28 and gives the win to Lenny. Lenny goes 2 above with an 8 at 104 miles an hour. This is our 6 to 12 semifinal. Malachi Phillips here in the left-hand lane on a double breakout win. Takes it away from Charlie Edwards. Malachi looking for an 890. Goes under by about 4 thou to take the win away from Charlie. Charlie goes, further under, about 86 under. But Malachi gets the win at 75 miles an hour. All right, here's John Brewer the third and Ariana Vizuet. Who's going to face Malachi in the final? Will it be Ariana or John? Both of them get away with clean and green. Brewer wants a 12:33. Ariana wants an 8:90. And the green win lights come on for John. John goes 5 up with a 9 at 51 miles an hour. Ariana was about 5 up as well, but she left 7 at the starting line. So win goes John Brewer. That's who sets up your final for Malachi and John. Attention to pits pro. Chuck Hawks Auto and Performance Pro. Your first call. I believe this will be our final for the older age group, 13 to 17. Here's Parker Schroeder, left-hand lane, 790s a pair. So Cade Renault, sponsored by Hoosier, LAT and Katie Racing Engines. Cade looking for a 790 as well. Parker, sponsored by New Gen Customs. They roll up into the beams. Dad, usually the crew chief, taps on the cage, does the final set, gives a high five to the driver. They're both ready to go. Parker, left lane, Cage, right lane. It is a double green line start. It's going to be one at the 660-foot mark. Better reaction time goes to the winner. Cade had 3 stuffed away, and then he goes up, 1 up with a 4, I'm sorry, 2 up with a 4 at 81 miles an hour, takes the stripe by 21 thousandths of a second. Cade Renault with the win. Wow, he had 3 put away as Parker goes 51 green, and then Parker dead on 1. So it was a 52, but when Cade takes the stripe by 21, it's a win at 81 miles an hour. So 1 above, or 2 above with a 4. A win for Cade Renault. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. We do need Chuck Hawks Auto Performance Pro. Your second call. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Pro. Chuck Hawks Auto Performance Pro. Your final call. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Sportsman. Mertz Electric and Plumbing Sportsman. We'll take your semifinals as well. Mertz Electric and Plumbing Sportsman. Your first call. So this is your motorcycle final. Sean Phipps on the Suzuki. Understand he's probably just going to break the beams like Sean Brewster did in the Fiat. Take the beams, take the tree, and there's a legal run. That's your motorcycle champion for Team Tucson, race number 6. Attention pits, attention pits. Super Pro, you are on a ladder, and your ladder is posted at the back of staging. So Super Pro, your ladder is posted at the back of staging, and you're welcome to come on up. So we should have all pro in the lanes. Second call going out for Sportsman. So Bert's Electric and Plumbing Sportsman, your second call. And Pro, Chuck Auto and Performance Pro, your final. For pro category, Ken Passerby and Paul Coleman. Coleman up out of Rio Rico, and that's Chevelle looking for a 973. Gives the win over to Passerby. Passerby was only 2 above with a 5. Took the stripe by 51 and a win at 122 miles an hour for Passerby. Next pair, Paul. Will be Paul Lorton. Lorton in the Vega. 72 Chevy Vega. 989 in the right-hand lane up against Bob Cohen. Cohen with an 1101. Inside of the 69 C10. Then gets away with a red light start for Cohen. 9 thou red. Lorton takes the win. And that is a bye into the final for Paul. Whose pass are we going to run? Is it going to be the Dirty Bird, Kyle Fritz, or Sean Brewster? Sean in the Fiat. Kyle in the Pontiac Firebird, left-hand lane. 1185 dial for Kyle. 976 dial for Brewster. Attention pits, Sportsman. Sportsman, your final call. Better reaction time may take that, but they got 1,320 feet to do that. So can Sean get there in time? All the way from Sahuarita, can he get there and get around the Dirty Bird? Yes, he does. Wow. He gave Dirty Bird the stripe. That doesn't happen too often. And Kyle goes under by 3 thousandths of a second. Of course, it looks like Kyle had about 15 put away, a 20 to a 35. And Sean goes 2 above with a 6 at 132 miles an hour. But Kyle takes the stripe by 44 and gives the win to Sean. Attention pits, Super Pro. Canon Powder Coating Super Pro, your first call. All right, here's our semi-final for Sportsman category. Allison Bollet, 1197. The 74 Nova in the right-hand lane. Kyle Vance in the Mustang, left-hand lane. Kyle in that 1990 Mustang looking for a 1204. So here in the semifinals, we have a bow tie and a blue oval. both of them get away with a green line start. Again, let's see how that better reaction works out. See if it plays out at the big end. Allison looking for that 1197. Kyle looking for the 1204. Numbers come up first for Kyle Vance. Kyle was only one above with a 0 at 112 miles an hour. He had 3 put away as Allison goes double nickel. At the starting line, Kyle was 21. So Allison goes dead on 2, but that double nickel gave her a 57 pack. And oh, Kyle takes it away. All right, who's Kyle going to face in the final? Will it be Keith Dunbar or Corey Oxford, the Camaro, or against the Mustang? Oh, we can actually have 2 Mustangs in the final. If Keith can do it, he's looking for a 1205. See if we get that. Yeah, Keith can get around Corey and that bow tie, and he does. 1210 on a 5, but a 17 light, 6 in the bank got him the win. Took the stripe by 28 at 106 miles an hour. So we've got 2 Mustangs in our Sportsman final. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Junior Dragster 6-12. Junior Dragster 6-12. We'll take your final. Come on down, Junior Dragster 6-12. We'll take your final. Again, starting to get some checks up here, guys, especially motorcycles. So motorcycles, I've got checks for Joe Guerin, Justin and Marley Woolison, and Sean Phipps. So we do have checks up here, second floor to timing tower. First door for you 3. Got a couple of checks already for our 13-17 junior dragsters. And I have a check actually from yesterday for our 6-12 junior dragsters. Both Alexi Lorton and Malachi Phillips. So you guys have checks from yesterday. And of course, Parker Schroeder, you have a check from yesterday in our junior dragster categories. So Cade Renault and Parker Schroeder have checks for you guys, 13-17 junior dragsters. And Malachi and Alexi, we have checks for you as well. All right, this is pretty cool. Whoever wins this one between Daniel Slade and Tim O'Moore will have a bye into the final. So is it going to be Tim O'Moore with the bye? Timmy doesn't need any help at all. So we talked about Tim a little while ago at the $1 million race in Vegas in the Camaro. Timmy picked up the big check. See what he can do today. 5:04 is the Dow for Tim here in the left-hand lane. Daniel Slade in the right-hand lane. Slade Electrical Contractors looking for a 5:12. Oh, and Daniel Red by 7 thousandths of a second. Tim O'Moore has that bye into the final. So, will it be Brittany Hinkle or Lenny Fife? Going to face Joe Kidd Jr. in the semifinal. Joe Kidd has a bye into the semis. So who does he get to race? Is it Brittany with the orange 63 Chevy 2 $707 or Lenny Fife 662 Oh, the Nova's out in front and stayed that way as Lenny goes under by 5 thousandths of a second. Brittany was about 3 above, but a nice 003 reaction time got her the win. Joe Kidd Jr. looking for a 680 on that bye run, goes 4 thou under. So sets up your semifinal. Joe Kidd Jr. and Brittany Hinkle, and Tim O'Moore gets a bye into the final. So once again, putting out that final call, if you're not already there, for our 6 to 12 junior dragsters final. Now we'll go ahead and get our pro category back up here. Chuck Hawks Auto and Performance Pro, your first call for your semifinal. Attention pits, Sportsman. We'll take you guys when you can turn them around. So Sportsman, we'll take you two when you can turn them around, bring them back up. We'll get you down the racetrack. So that's Keith and Kyle. So the lanes are open to you. Sportsman final. Whenever you want to turn them around and bring them back up. Second call going out for Chuck Hawks Auto and Performance Pro. Attention pits, attention pits, attention the area. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we got something happening here on Monday and Tuesday. So we do need to clear out the pits again tonight. So pass that along. Let everybody know that we do need to clear out the pits tonight as soon as the racing is done. You're more than welcome to park just outside the fence out there in the parking lot. That's okay, fine. But we do need to clear the parking lot tonight after the racing is over. All right, here is our final for 6 to 12. John Brewer III, left-hand lane. Malachi Phillips in the right-hand lane. Malachi sponsored by Phillips Overhead Garage Doors up in the Buckeye area. Malachi's only 10 years old. And John, well, John's only 8 years old. Looking for a double green line start. Can Malachi get there in time? Got to chase down Brewer with that 12:34. Only going out 660 feet and can do. Better light by 6 goes to Malachi, and so does the win. Took the stripe by 45 ten-thousandths of a second. And the win, Malachi Phillips. So we'll put out that final call for Chuck Hawks Auto and Performance Pro. Chuck Hawks Auto and Performance Pro. Your final call for your semi-final. And of course, like I say, your Sportsman, Birch Electric and Plumbing Sportsman. You're more than welcome. Pair them up, bring them up. Charlie's had a whole bunch of trouble with her dragster all day long. It'll get out and die. It'll get out and die. So they're going to do a little look at it here to see what's wrong. Sponsored by Team and Radford Racing. They got a good one this time. Charlie with an 89 light and goes 795. Attention pits, attention pits. Good, we have all winners. Come on down. All winners, come on back. Like I say, our Sportsman guys, come on down. As well as Pro and Super Pro. Lanes are open to you. So we got a semifinal in Super Pro. We have a semifinal in Pro. And our final in Sportsman. So So lanes are open to all three categories: Sportsman, Pro, and Super Pro. All right, here is our Pro semifinal. So thanks a lot to Chuck Hawk Automotive for sponsoring our Pro category. Sean Brewster going to go up against Ken Passerby. Whoa, don't want to draw either one of these, at least in the final. And they got each other in a semifinals. Ken Passerby in the 71 Vega. Right-hand lane, 1054 is the dial. Coming down from Apache Junction. Up against Sean Brewster. Sean coming up from Sahuarita in the 1937 Fiat bodied small block Chevy powered 976 is the dial for Sean. So Ken leaves first with that 1054, but Sean's got a whole 1,320 feet to play with. Red, but Ken says, well, that'll put me in the final. And Paul Lorton has that bye run into the final. Paul is looking for a 987. Peoria. Oh, nice 003 reaction time on a bye run. See how close he can come to the 87. What kind of pack we got? Well, he goes dead on 9. How's that? About a 12 pack on a bye run for Paul Lorton at 121 miles an hour. our Sportsman final rolling up into the water box. Going to be Kyle Vance here in the left-hand lane. Part of that Citro family racing. 12:04. Oh, a 12:04 on both sides of the tree. Wow. A heads-up race. The pair of Mustangs going to go after each other. And both with the 12:04. Keith Dunbar in his 67 Mustang. 351 cubic inches, small block Ford, 12:04. Up against Kyle Vance, 1990 Mustang. He's a small block 304 with his 12:04. Keith's already in the pre-staged. Waiting on Kyle. Kyle rolls in, turns on the pre-stage beams. Keith, first one into staged. 3 lights lit. Computer takes over. Kyle rolls in. And there's a double green light start. Here at the starting line, it is tight. There's only about 14 separates them, and a double breakout win goes to Kyle Vance. Congratulations, Kyle. Only 3 under. Dial to 4 goes a 1 at 112 miles an hour. Keith had about 14 put away here at the tree, but then he takes too much stripe and goes under his 12:04 with an 11.999. Congratulations out to Kyle Vance and Keith Dunbar. Our semifinal in Super Pro category. Back to that 8th model. Brittany Hickle and Joe Kidd Jr. Brittany with a 706 in the right-hand lane. Joe Kidd with a 680 in the left-hand lane. As they both get away with a green line start. Wow. Again, oh, burping the throttle. Joe Kidd gets it on a double breakout win. Gave the stripe to Brittany. Now she was a tick behind to the starting line, about 14. Looking for a 706, goes 3 under with a 3 at 97 miles an hour. So Joe Kidd gets the win. And of course, Tim Moore, he has a bye into the final. See if he's going to just take the tree or take the strike. Back door. goes 12 green, looking for that 504, lifted and goes a 540. And once again, lanes are open for both of our finals. Whenever you want to turn them around, come on back down. Both pro and super pro. I know Tim hasn't even picked up his time slip yet, but lanes are open for both of our finals. So once again, the lanes are open to our two finals, Pro and Super Pro. Pair them up, bring them up. We can get you both down the racetrack and get these finals taken care of. So Pro and Super Pro. Pair them up, bring them up. We got lanes open to both of you, or all four of you. So once again, guys, we do need to clear our pits again tonight. So we got things happening on Monday and Tuesday. So we do need to clear our pits. If you would, you're more than welcome to park them outside the fence. That's great in our parking lot out there, but we do need to clear the pits. So as soon as racing is over this evening, we need to get you to either pull outside the gate or, you know, and that's one of those bar things. You can't stay here. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. So again, more than welcome to pull it out in the parking lot out there, but we do need to clear the pits tonight. Well, it looks like we're only missing one car. So it looks, Timmy, we're only missing one car, so come on down. All right, it looks like we have our pro final. Ken Passerby. When talk about being used to winning. Passerby, now when he was in the Nova that Mike's driving now, he was a Super Street champion for I don't know how many years. He's jumped into this Vega in the last couple of years and turned the Nova over to Mike. So Ken now starts winning in the Vega. We got a pair of Vegas on the starting line. Paul Lorton. Paul was your Super Pro winner yesterday. He has a chance to sort of kind of double up. But a double up winner perhaps. But well, got to get around Passerby, and that's tough. But Lorton anyway. See if he can pick up a win, a dual win. Super Pro yesterday, Pro today, don't know. Lorton 987 Passerby 1057 dial. It is a double green light start. Both of them get away clean and green. Right down the middle of Broadway. Here comes Passerby in a hurry. Can he get there? And he does. Passerby goes, whoa, take the 3/10,000ths of, wow, 3/10,000ths margin of victory is what he won by. Passerby. Yeah, Lorton was only one above with a 1, but he left 3 at the starting line. And Passerby, he was trying to back into him, it looks like him a little bit, because Passerby goes 61 on a 57. But man, outstanding race. Passerby 3/10,000ths of a second when he had a better light by 3, but only 3 hun, not 3/10,000ths. So congratulations, Ken Passerby. right, that's the sound that we want to hear. That's our final of team race number 6 in our Super Pro category. So it looks like our, again, our Super Pro final. So down to the 8th mile. And Joe Kidd Jr. running the Outlaw. He's going to be over here in the left-hand lane up against Tim O'More. We talk about somebody that's familiar with Winner's Circle. Tim O'More over there in the dragster, whether he's in the Camaro or in the dragster. That's Tim O'More. He's got a 5:04. And Joe Kidd Jr., Joe is looking for a 6:79 in the door car in the Outlaw. Yeah, fact is, Timmy, when we went IHRA, before going to IHRA, Tim won the last Wally, and he took that, and then he won the last Ironman. So Tim looking for a 5:04. We'll get that win on a 5:06 to above with a 9. But whoa, Joe Kidd, wow, Joe way tardy at the starting line. Joe doesn't do that. He goes 52 green, and then he was way up on the dial. So Tim O'More, congratulations, Tim. Goes 2 above with a 9. Took the stripe by 48 and a win at 127 miles an hour.